And get ready to start your 5 count starting now.
A pleasant good afternoon to all of you. I'm Carmen Cummings, a proud alumna of Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University, where I'm humbled to serve as Assistant Vice President of University Engagement and Alumni Affairs. We're so delighted to have all of you with us today as Florida A&M proudly hosts the 10th Biennial Education and Science Forum. This virtual event themed 2 decades of excellence, nurturing future leaders in STEM, is presented by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, Educational Partnership Program with minority serving institutions, nurturing leaders of tomorrow. And how about that? Our global leaders, our global project manager, Stephen Bonda, and our FAMU Technology Pro, Michael Simmons, share more of the reason we're here. Thank you so very much, Stephen and Michael. As we said, the forum is hosted by Florida A&M University, the FAMU-based NOAA Center for Coastal and Marine Coastal Ecosystems, and its director. And I can tell you he's a pretty dynamic leader. In fact, he's the 12th president of Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University and a distinguished professor and researcher in the School of the Environment at FAMU. He's worn many esteemed hats in leadership as the interim president, the director of FAMU's Environmental Sciences Institute, provost and vice president for academic affairs, and vice president for research. He is actively engaged in research with students and faculty as the director and principal investigator of the Center for Coastal and Marine Ecosystems. Recent honors include an appointment to serve on the National STEM Education Advisory Panel, Congressional Task Force to encourage U.S. scientific and technological innovations in education, a nuclear chemist. He has also served as Senior Scientific Advisor at the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Cooperative State Research, Education, and Extension Service. He also proudly accepted the Senate-confirmed position as Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Conservation and Management at NOAA, participating on the front lines, addressing the BP oil spill crisis. And we are so delighted to have him at the helm of leadership at Florida A&M University. Please welcome our president of FAMU, Dr. Larry Robinson.
Well, thank you, Ms. Cummings, and good afternoon, everyone. On the behalf of Florida A&M University and the NOAA Center for Coastal and Marine Ecosystems, we are honored to host this very, very important Education and Science Forum. Once again, I want to begin by thanking our internal organizing committee and those across the Corporate Science Center universe, as well as our partners at NOAA's Educational Partnership Program for making this possible. The theme for this year's event, as you heard, is 2 decades of excellence nurturing future leaders in STEM. This theme reflects our commitment to prepare STEM leaders who will make impacts for generations to come. I am looking forward to the next 2 days. In our time together, we will emphasize 20 years of successful partnership between NOAA's Educational Partnership Program for Minority Serving Institutions and the Cooperative Science Centers. These partnerships have resulted in the education and graduation of hundreds of students. The focus is on students from traditionally underrepresented minority communities in science fields relevant to NOAA's mission. As I have often said, minority serving institutions and historically Black colleges and universities are sources of largely untapped STEM talent. This forum gives students at these institutions an opportunity to showcase their talent and to hear from professionals about how to prepare for the challenges ahead. these students will find the solutions to the problems we have not yet even encountered. During this opening session, I am looking forward to a conversation with former EPA Administrator Lisa Jackson, who currently serves as Apple's Vice President for Environment Policy and Social Initiatives. Ms. Jackson led the EPA during the Obama administration from 2009 to 2013. She will bring us invaluable insight from both a public and private sector perspective. We'll also hear from Benjamin Friedman, the Deputy Undersecretary for Operations, who's performing the duties of Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere and NOAA Administrator. Ben serves as the agency's Chief Operating Officer and is responsible for the day-to-day management of NOAA's national and international operations for oceanic and atmospheric services, research, and coastal marine stewardship. Also on the lineup is Ms. Louisa Koch, NOAA's Director of Education. Louisa, along with Ms. Jacqueline Rousseau, our Program Manager at NOAA, have both been here from the very beginning. This time a year ago, we were scheduled to gather on the FAMU campus, but COVID-19 intervened. As a result of the pandemic, we had to cancel the forum about a week or so before it was scheduled to occur. The past year has been a learning experience. We know now that we can do so much more in this virtual environment with platforms like Zoom and other digital tools that some of us were not all that accustomed to a year ago, but suddenly we have become experts at it. But we still haven't given up on meeting in person. As optimists, we planned a two-phased approach to the forum. This phase is an accommodation to the travel and in-person restrictions in place due to the ongoing pandemic. But with testing and vaccines now more widely available, we hope to return to some semblance of normalcy in the fall. Our campus will have a much larger portion of in-person classes. We hope to host athletic events again. And just as important, we hope to hold phase 2 of this forum in person in late October of this year. Please mark your calendars for October the 25th through the 27th. This event is possible because NOAA is committed to capacity building across all of the corporate science center institutions as a result of these 4 cooperative agreements. This commitment has been there from the beginning. In fact, you might trace this program's beginning in and of itself to a meeting that occurred on December the 17th, 1997. I had the pleasure of participating in that meeting along with presidents or designees from 10 HBCUs and NOAA Administrator Dr. James Baker and Commerce Deputy Secretary Robert Mallett. Following lengthy discussions and planning sessions and meetings over time, a memorandum of understanding followed between NOAA and a consortium of these 10 HBCUs that ultimately provided the foundation and the framework for NOAA's educational partnership program with minority serving institutions. As it says on NOAA's website, within that framework, the primary goal of EPP/MSI was identified. And please note this, it was to increase the number of individuals from traditionally underrepresented minority communities who are trained and graduate with degrees in STEM fields that directly support NOAA's mission. However, it took a few years for the HBCU consortium, along with others, to do the legwork to encourage Congress to fund the Educational Partnership Program in 2020. And we thank the US Congress every chance we get, and we remind them every chance we get of the importance of this program and its successes over the years. Through cooperative agreements, the corporate science centers have been able to work very closely with NOAA to ensure the continued success, to actually realize the vision that we had when we started this conversation in 1997. NOAA has been particularly innovative in its approach to developing and managing this very competitive program. It never lost its focus to increase the number of individuals from traditionally underrepresented minority communities. Much of the innovation in this program is actually embedded in the federal funding opportunity itself. For example, it requires that at least 50% of the funding goes directly to support students. It requires graduate students to do a 12-week, what we called experiential research and training opportunity at NOAA facilities, working side by side with NOAA scientists and policymakers, requiring each center to have a distinguished research center, scientist, and just as important, an education coordinator with center-wide responsibilities as well. It linked each center with the appropriate line office through technical monitors and technical advisors, and tracks outcomes of our work in real time through the utilization of external evaluators who are required, and biannual reports, and something that we really all love, something called the Student Tracker Database. But perhaps one of the most significant innovations of the current awards is the provision in FFO to allow for a non-competitive 5-year extension contingent upon the outcome of a rigorous external review process. We are very proud at CCME, the Center for Coastal Marine Ecosystem, that we have received notification that that process will be able to benefit from that provision as well. So we're really thankful for NOAA for having that foresight, as well as all of our partners across the center that did the work to make that really happen. And then I think another innovative part of this collaboration with NOAA is indeed the forum itself. The forum is rotated among CSC lead institutions every 2 years, bringing NOAA scientists, institutional scientists, and most importantly, our students together with other interested stakeholders to promote student professional development, pursue additional research, training, and collaborative opportunities, and to bring to the attention of the broader scientific community the work of our students, our faculty, our staff, and NOAA partners. I am certain that you're going to enjoy the next couple of days for this 10th Biennial Forum, and we're really, really proud to host it here at the Center for Coastal and Marine Ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Robinson, and for your unwavering commitment to the mission of nurturing future leaders. As Dr. Robinson said earlier, we're so fortunate to have an esteemed panel of leaders today whose academic vision and scientific prowess will certainly generate some robust dialogue in the forum. So let's meet the panelists. Please welcome for remarks, as each of them will convey remarks today, the Director of Education, where she's applauded for raising awareness and inspiring the public and future workforce about the Earth system, the Director of Education for NOAA, Louisa Koch.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that welcome. I am delighted to be here today. I want to welcome everyone to this great 10th Biennial Educational Partnership Program with Minority Serving Institutions Education and Science Forum. I'd like everyone to take a minute now to share a word or two in the chat about how you're feeling today. We can't be together in person, but we can still connect. My word is excited. I am excited to be here at the forum today. At this 10th EPP Forum, we are celebrating 20 years of hard work and outstanding results. The program has accomplished so much in these years. So many classes taken, exams passed, research completed, degrees earned, and careers launched. So many alumni are doing important work to help us better understand and predict changes in the climate, weather, ocean, and coasts, sharing that knowledge with others, and conserving and managing coastal and marine ecosystems and resources. To help us focus on the importance of this work, I'm going to read a few inspirational words from Ode to the Ocean, written by Amanda Gorman, our National Youth Poet Laureate. Water makes up 70% of Earth, 70% of the human heart, and 70% of the human being. all of us, bodies of water, for we too are oceans, or at least beings bobbing in the same boat. To stand up for our ocean is to stand up for our own ship. I am delighted to see so many students joining us here today. This forum is for you. We are hoping to help you better understand everything that NOAA's Educational Partnership Program has to offer and how it can help you grow and learn. Our goal is to help you get the education and training you need to help prepare for a career at NOAA or NOAA-related careers in the private sector, academia, or other government organizations. We have lots of exciting speakers coming here today at this forum. In addition to the amazing keynote speakers, we have EPP alumni and a number of outstanding EPP students making presentations. I hope these talks will get you excited about the possibilities the program offers you and help you figure out your next steps. Please ask questions throughout the forum. Our speakers will be looking for your questions to ensure they give you the information you need. You can add questions to the chat at any time. There are folks monitoring the chat that will work to get those questions answered. And thank you, Dr. Robinson, for your dedicated efforts to EPP for more than 20 years. Your leadership, vision, and guidance have helped make this program the amazing program that it is today. I am delighted to be here on behalf of Jacqueline Rousseau, the EPP team, and NOAA employees across the agency who are working hard with you and your colleagues to make this program a success. Thank you also for leading the organization of this forum. It was painful when we had to cancel the event last year because of the pandemic, but that was definitely the right decision. It was wonderful to be together. It is wonderful to be together today, connecting students, faculty, NOAA staff, and other partners. Thanks to everyone who came together to organize this great event. Thanks to all of you for putting your words in the chat. I'm seeing a lot of great words: inspired, humble, happy, ready, hopeful, excited, interested, and blessed. What wonderful words to set the tone for this great forum. It is now my pleasure to introduce Ben Friedman, the acting administrator of NOAA. The NOAA administrator has a big job overseeing the National Weather Service, working every day to protect people from severe weather. He oversees operational satellites, ships that sail the oceans, and aircraft monitoring their system, as well as the Fisheries Service, the Ocean Service, and NOAA Research. Ben Friedman knows his way around NOAA. This is his second stint as the acting administrator, and he has served as the Deputy Undersecretary for Operations for many years. And before that, he worked as NOAA's General Counsel. Ben earned a bachelor's in molecular biology, a master's in theology, and a law degree. You can tell by this interesting mix of degrees that Ben is a very special person. He is passionate about the EPP program and has been a champion for us for many years. His experience teaching at Howard gives him insight into the fabulous untapped talent we are connecting with at the EPP institutions. It is now my pleasure to introduce Ben Friedman. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Louisa, for that very kind welcome. And let me just say that I am so excited to be here today at this year's Education and Science Forum. You know, this is really one of my favorite programs at NOAA, and to be here to celebrate 20 years of success and this incredible partnership between NOAA and some of the top universities across the country to focus on our science and improve our sciences, it's a great event. So I know this year's theme, as has already been said, is 2 decades of excellence, nurturing future leaders in STEM. And what an amazing 2 decades it has been. Since 2001, NOAA has supported over 4,000 students through the Educational Partnership Program. And the Cooperative Science Centers have graduated over 2,400 degrees in NOAA sciences, including over 1,400 undergraduate degrees and over 800 graduate and professional degrees. And we have literally changed the demographics of those entering NOAA sciences. Fully 54% of those getting PhDs in Africa, or 54% of African Americans getting PhDs into atmospheric sciences have been supported through this program, and 21% of Hispanic Americans going into atmospheric sciences. 35% of African American PhDs in marine sciences have been supported through this program, and 39% of Hispanic American PhDs going into marine sciences. Those are just incredible numbers, and I just want to take a moment to thank everyone who's been involved in this program for the incredible success over the last 20 years. Now, I know there's actually a broad audience here today. There are students, there are academicians, there are those from the natural resource community, but I do want to spend a few minutes talking to the students, because really this program is about the students. And I know for students, you're studying hard, you're working hard, but you're looking for the future and you're thinking about what's next. And I can tell you right now, you're going to have incredible opportunities. Majoring in STEM, there's going to be lots of opportunities in the private sector, in academics, in nonprofits. But I want to spend a few minutes talking about public service and NOAA in particular, and reasons you really might want to explore a career at NOAA, and things you should be thinking about if you're interested in exploring a career at NOAA. So let me start with just the breadth of our mission. Now, I know many students are currently working in a particular NOAA area, but NOAA has this incredibly broad mission. We like to say that our mission takes us from the surface of the sun to the bottom of the ocean, and that is really true. We literally have a satellite that monitors emanations off the sun. We call it space weather, and it can impact electrical grids and other electronics on Earth. And on the other end of the spectrum, we do deep sea exploration, exploring the bottom of the oceans. And we do everything in between, from climate science and atmospheric sciences to, of course, all things weather and everything involving the oceans, from regulating fisheries to protecting endangered species to the oldest part of NOAA, the Offset Coast Survey that started in the days of Thomas Jefferson to survey the nation's coasts. So what does that mean for you? We have this incredible broad mission. What that means is that we ask scientists at NOAA to look across our mission. Yes, that you're focused in a certain area, but we hope you look across our mission and do cross-disciplinary work. It also means, because we're such a large and diverse organization, that there's all sorts of opportunities. We have PhDs going into policy work. We have PhDs that go into management or even budget. So there's a lot of various opportunities within NOAA because of the breadth of our mission. We also have incredible resources at NOAA. The workforce at NOAA, between employees and contractors, is over 20,000. We have 15 ships and another 400 small boats. We have 16 satellites that we operate, weather and environmental satellites, 10 planes, including the most famous ones, the hurricane hunters, which fly into the eye of hurricanes to collect data that's imperative for hurricane modeling. We have over 700 facilities across the country. We are in every state and territory. We have some of the biggest high-performance computers in the country, and we have the best weather and climate models in the world. So we have these great resources at NOAA that are really unmatched for our scientists to work in. And we really have worked hard recently to improve workforce issues at NOAA and make NOAA a great place for everyone to work. We have a very large initiative going on right now we're calling the Year of the Workforce, that really encompasses a number of different workforce issues. Diversity and inclusion is very high on that list. We're trying to increase diversity within NOAA, and not just increase diversity, but also make sure that we have an inclusive environment where everyone wants to work, so that not only do we attract great talent, but we retain great talent. We also are really working on workplace flexibilities. Like everyone, we've been dealing with in the world of COVID over the last year, and we're looking at flexibilities post-COVID to make sure that everyone has good work-life balance. And so that's a really exciting initiative as well. I should say we are hiring at NOAA. Last year, we hired over 1,600 new people at NOAA. That's the most we've hired in over a decade. We currently have 66 former educational partnership program alumni working within NOAA. And we have these great new resources to do direct hires out of our internship and fellowship programs. These are new hiring authorities we've received just in the last couple of years, and it's been really exciting for us. And we've really started to hire out of these programs. And there's great opportunities for internships at NOAA, and I really encourage you to look into those. Over the last 20 years, we've had over 450 undergraduate interns at NOAA out of the Educational Partnership Program. And just in the last 5 years, we've had over 200 graduate student interns at NOAA. And these are great opportunities for you to explore NOAA and to see if there's a good fit, and potentially to get a direct hiring offer out of those experiences. So over the next couple of days, you're going to be hearing from a lot of educational partnership program alumni that are currently working at NOAA. People like Jeanette Davis, who's going to talk to you about omics. Jeanette has a Ph.D. in marine biology from Maryland, and she's actually a perfect example who's explored different options. She's a great scientist and has been doing research, but recently has decided to start focusing on policy and is actually now working directly for me as one of my senior policy advisors. You're going to hear from people like Janice Sims talking about artificial intelligence, and Danae Carlis talking about cloud computing. These are folks that are really at the forefront of science within NOAA and are graduates of this program. So I really encourage you to participate in those conversations and ask questions about their experiences at NOAA. So what are we looking for at NOAA? Well, I think it's kind of what I've already expressed. We are certainly looking for folks that have an expertise in certain areas, cutting edge areas that we're interested in, things like omics and artificial intelligence and cloud computing. But we're really also looking for employees and scientists that have a broad spectrum of experience and interests and can look across different sciences and do interdisciplinary work. This is becoming more important, for example, as we look at climate and climate change, and I'll be talking about that in a moment. But it's really important that we have creative minds that are interested in looking at various disciplines to solve these really complex problems. So not only do we like you to be an expert in a certain area, but we really like you to be great scientists and in a broader spectrum as well. And that's really the challenge for you as both students and educators to develop these great students that'll come to NOAA and be great scientists. So in the next few minutes, let me move to some big initiatives that are going on at NOAA right now. So the biggest thing, of course, is that we have a new administration in place, the Biden administration, and we are in the midst of transferring to this new administration. With a new administration comes new people and priorities. Of course, NOAA is part of the Department of Commerce, and you may have seen that we have a new Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo. Secretary Raimondo is the former governor of Rhode Island, the 75th governor of Rhode Island, and the first woman governor of Rhode Island. She is, of course, Rhode Island is the ocean state, so we're really excited to have her as our new boss. In just the first week on the job, she met with leadership. She had an all hands with NOAA in a town hall forum, and she went to one of our sites up in Rhode Island. So she clearly has a deep interest in everything we do, and we're excited to be working with her. We're also seeing new political appointees at NOAA. I am the acting administrator. We have yet to see a new administrator in place, but we hope to see one soon. And meantime, we have a chief of staff, a general counsel, and other political appointees that are starting to come in. Meanwhile, the priorities of the new administration, I'm sure you've heard about them. They're widely publicized, and there's been executive orders in these areas. But for NOAA, the biggest ones are climate change, racial equity, and scientific integrity. There's others that apply to us as well, but those are some of the biggest ones we're working on. Of course, when it comes to climate change is impacting everything NOAA does. It's impacting everything that this country does, and really everything that the world does right now. Just to give you some sense, within NOAA, of course, in our fisheries line office, there's a huge impact to fisheries as we see fish migrations changing, fish habitat changing, huge impacts to endangered species in the oceans. So huge impacts to our fisheries line office. In the Weather Service, last year, we saw 22 significant weather incidents in the US. And these are defined as having $1 billion or more impact on the US economy. So we saw 22 last year. The previous record was 16, and the average over the last 40 years is 7. So that gives you some sense of just the climate and weather we're seeing changing right now. And in the Ocean Service, of course, we're seeing huge increases in sea level rise and coastal inundation, which is impacting everything the Ocean Service does. So this is really impacting everything NOAA does. And so what does it mean that we're really focusing on climate change now and climate work? Well, it means several things. One is that we have a series of initiatives that we're working with the White House on and other federal agencies on. And those are things like working on the social cost of carbon. What is that? Well, that's literally trying to assign a dollar cost to society for each metric ton of new carbon that's produced. We're working on a goal called 30 by 30, which is attempting to basically preserve 30% of US lands and 30% of US oceans by 2030. Obviously, we're very focused on the ocean side of that, and we're very involved in those conversations with the White House. We're working to help set up a civilian climate corps, which is really trying to put Americans to work in climate areas. And we're helping advance offshore wind goals of this administration. You may have seen last week that there was a large announcement by the White House that to set aside a significant area of ocean between Long Island and the New Jersey coast for offshore wind. And NOAA is very involved in those conversations and assisting the administration in pushing those through. Meanwhile, there's also just initiatives within NOAA. Things like the new Interagency Council for Advancing Meteorological Services. This is a brand new organization. We are co-leading this with the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And it is an interagency group that is focused on meteorological sciences throughout the federal family and making sure that we're advancing and focusing on the entire federal meteorological enterprise. So that's been a really exciting, a recent launch. We've recently announced a request for proposals for $33 million under the National Coastal Resilience Fund of the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. And we've recently publicized a federal registration notice to receive public comment on increasing resilience of fisheries and protected resources. So within NOAA, we're working on a broad group of areas within climate as well. Now, underlying all of this are these themes of racial equity and scientific integrity. Racial equity is really about making sure that our services and our data are reaching all communities within the United States, particularly those that have been traditionally underserved. We have a working group that's currently working on this to make sure that we are complying with executive orders issued by the White House. And this is a really exciting new focus for NOAA. It's something that, of course, we've focused on in the past, but this initiative has really forced us to look at things in new ways and make sure that we are providing services equally throughout the country. We're also really focused on scientific integrity. There were some challenges in the last administration on scientific integrity, and it is certainly NOAA's intent to make sure that everything we do is data-driven and science-based. And so we have some great new initiatives there as well. So with all of this, I really look forward to working with all of you on these initiatives going forward and to furthering these really important new goals. Let me just close by saying that the last 20 years have been incredible. We've made amazing advancements, and I'm very excited about that. But the next 20 years are going to be even more important. And honestly, I think we can change the world. So with that, thank you, and I will turn the program back over.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Friedman, for being with us, for your enthusiasm about what's on the horizon. We look forward to that with great anticipation because of your leadership in the new administration. Thank you so much again for being with us and conveying your comments. She was the first African-American to proudly serve as administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency in the Obama administration. A chemical engineer, she now serves as Apple's Vice President of Environmental Policy and Social Initiatives. And we're so pleased to have her with us today. Please welcome Ms. Lisa Perez Jackson for a conversation with FAMU President, Dr. Larry Robinson. Welcome.
Thank you so much. This is so exciting.
Hello, Lisa. How are you? If I could get the host to start my video, I would appreciate that, please. If I could get you to unlock it. Okay, thank you. There we go.
There you are.
All right. Hello, Lisa, again. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm
Good
doing
to see you.
great. So thank you for agreeing to join us for today's session, being keynote, although we're going to do this in a slightly different format. But I think this is going to work extremely well. There was one thing on your bio that I think is extremely important, at least to me, in a way, and that is, it's really amazing that on July the 15th, 2010, you and I served, well, actually gave testimony before a subcommittee of the U.S. Senate Appropriations on the use of dispersants in the Gulf BP oil spill. And so this is a format that I guess you and I are kind of accustomed to, right? I mean, that.
Side by side in the discussions of science and protection of our precious environment. Nowhere I'd rather be, President Robinson.
Yeah, isn't it amazing that two African Americans sat there that day dealing with one of the nation's most significant environmental crises in history. So I'm pleased to have you with us today. And so let me just begin with a couple of statements here, because it's really about your career, and we want to use that to really help the students in particular really get a sense for how your career developed. And so the first thought is that throughout your career you have really remained steadfast in your focus to aid underserved communities, particularly in areas of environmental justice, right? Tell us just a little bit about your personal path to developing a career serving others in this particular capacity.
I'm happy to, and it really is an honor to join you here, Larry. I'm going to call you President Robinson because all these students need to know that, but it's really great to be a part of anything you're doing, especially something aimed at STEM and aimed at science and our communities the way the center and your work is. So I grew up in New Orleans, so another child of the Gulf Coast region, and I was probably like many of our students and actually professors and faculty here, I was really good in science and I was really good at math. So sometimes I speak to folks and I'm trying to get them interested in math, but I know this is a self-selected crowd of proud folks who are already made that selection. And I'm so happy to try to give you motivation for the journey and to continue the work and the focus on the environment. My motivation was growing up in New Orleans, and about, as I became old enough to think past fun, realizing that we are at the mouth of the Mississippi River. Studies came out saying that by the time the Mississippi River water got to us, and that's our source of drinking water, that it had hundreds of pollutants in it. not all of which are removed by water treatment systems. And so this idea of Cancer Alley, the section of the Mississippi River banks that used to be home to plantations, was now home to chemical plants and oil refining plants, and what that did to air quality, and they called it Cancer Alley because of the impacts on human health. All that I became aware of. I wanted to be a medical doctor because, and I bet many of the students here have been said, well, if you're good in math and science, but be a doctor. But I became interested in the environment because when I was in high school, the local university, Tulane University, had a program to interest Black students in engineering. And I went, and I'll make you laugh. The reason I went was because if you stuck with the program for 6 weeks, gave up your summer for 6 weeks, you got a programmable calculator at the end. So those things were precious back then. And I was enough of a nerd that I wanted one. So I went to the program, and I came away understanding that there was a profession called engineering, and that engineering, generally engineers, especially chemical engineers, which is my training, we create pollution through the processes that we oversee and optimize. I became interested in the other side. Well, if we create it, we should be the ones to clean it up or prevent it. And so that was sort of my beginnings. I ended up going to graduate school at Princeton and working for a little nonprofit, but I was in Alexandria, Virginia, working for this nonprofit, and every person I knew who was working in the environmental field was working for the EPA. I did a lot of work with the EPA, and this was back in 85, 86, and I'm thinking, maybe I'll go to this place called the EPA and learn what's really happened, and then I'll leave and I'll go work for a consulting firm and make a lot of money. But I got there and I stayed and I loved it. And it always came back to me to this idea that the communities most impacted by pollution, and climate change, of course, is another form of pollution, needed to be at the table, needed to have voices in the room where the decisions were being made. And that's what EPA, that's what NOAA represents, and what you represented so well when you were undersecretary. This idea that we need to be in the room where it happens.
You have certainly been in the room, and you have represented extremely well. I think you've been a bit modest so that students would know she started her academic path at Tulane as a National Merit Scholar. So you're a pretty bright student by any standard, and I hope that that programmable calculator is still working for you. One of the things that has been, I guess, one of the biggest challenges in addressing environmental problems of the day is to get people to break down the silos and getting people to work across those and taking interdisciplinary approaches. And you've been able to do that at Apple. And tell us a little bit about that, and how effective has that been, or do you envision it being in really solving problems that impact underserved communities?
Yeah, great. A couple of reflections on that. I'm going to finish my story by saying I served with Dr. Robinson from 2009 to 2013. I left after Obama's reelection. And that was a pretty clear time for me that I felt like I had taken the agency a long way, and service in DC at the level that we were at the level that Dr. Friedman is at now, is tough. I really hope many of you will think about what he talked about in terms of the intersection of science and policy, and how hard it is sometimes to be the voice for good science when politics and money are pushing in opposite directions. So it's just something to know. But going back to collaboration, I think if there's one argument governments sometimes hear is that you're all siloed. You're working over in NOAA and we're working in EPA. I don't think it was true at all, especially on climate when we were there. It wasn't true for the BP explosion in Deepwater oil spill. oil gusher, whatever you want to call it. But there are times when we all get busy in our little worlds and we're focused on what we do. But in general, we do much better work when we come together like we did for deep water or around climate, and almost have like a separate, almost the whole arm of the government is focused on what we all can do jointly and separately to address a problem. So Apple, now I leave and I end up at Apple. I work directly for our CEO, Tim Cook. And I started my job working on environmental issues. And interestingly enough, about 2 years in, he asked me to take over worldwide government affairs. So you can't get away from the government, no matter what you do. But I also do our work, I lead our work around community education and our work around racial equity and justice, which we announced a new initiative on that last June in the wake of the Floyd murder. So, I think Apple's whole idea is this idea of collaboration makes a better product. In fact, I would say sometimes the collaboration is there's such a rigor around collaboration that you can work on a project for a really long time and, assume it's going to happen. And then somebody brings up a point in a different area and we stop and we go back and we fix it, or we adjust based on input from all over the company. And that sort of grew out of the Apple product development process, which is hardware and software that are developed at the same time together. So you can't have hardware engineers over in one building, developing the next iteration of the iPhone or something else really cool, but the software engineers aren't making the software that makes that product really work flawlessly. And so that's sort of that ethos at Apple. Now, what I've been loving, Dr. Robinson, is watching this generation who, honestly, they see this intersection, this idea of collaboration as fundamental to really achieving not just environmental justice, but or climate justice, but really tackling climate change. More and more people are saying you will not fix environmental problems if the solution isn't just. You cannot deal with health issues if education isn't part of it, if economic equity and empowerment are not part of the equation, because it's not a sustainable system. There's not enough resources in the system. So I think at Apple, when we look at our problems, because I kind of have all these programs, when we do environmental work, we're also putting that into our government affairs bucket. When we announced last year the Racial Equity and Justice Initiative, just in January, we gave our first update. And one of the things we announced is that we're going to have an impact accelerator to help foster Black and Brown-owned businesses that work in the clean energy and climate space. Why? Because it's not only important to find new technologies and new players, but to ensure that the benefits of the clean energy economy are spread across our country. We don't need some communities saying, I get all the pollution, but I get none of the solution. That's not okay. And that's what we're trying to deal with. We also just announced the Propel Center in Atlanta, which is meant to be a physical campus, but more importantly, a virtual resource for all HBCUs to access Apple's, genius around design, around hardware, around AI, around software, around video and music, all the things that people think of when they think of Apple. So, everything we do has to be about bringing groups together and working across. And I hope that shows up in our work as well.
Well, it really does. And I do want to commend Apple for really being, a model of corporate stewardship for many years, during the last year. And we're really pleased to see it. A lot of companies have stepped up on the issue of social justice, and we probably have seen, certainly at Florida A&M University, but among my fellow HBCU colleagues as well, there's an explosion of corporate entities reaching out in terms of things that they could do to assist us in our mission. For example, I hosted a session of a conference entitled The Sustainability of HBCUs. It was on this corporate stewardship issue. And the subtitle of that session was Fad or New Future, right? And so I am sure that, Apple has been there, significantly in the past and will be there in the future. However, there is still a lot of room to expand, the impact and influence others, but also within the educational community itself, broader impact there, engagement with that educational community, with in particular minority serving institutions. You mentioned the Propel Center, but how do we use your model, your example of corporate stewardship to really bring a revolution, a sustainable revolution in this regard throughout that corporate sector?
Yeah, I think, look, one of the things I want to say is that we have to erase the lines between public service and private sector service more, right? Like people always ask me which one was more impactful, the public sector or the private sector. They're both impactful, and they're impactful in different ways, and there are things only government can do and things only the private sector can do and things only academia can do. Only academia can foster the crazy ideas and, go down the tunnel and hope for the answers and get the data and the experience and ideas that power everything that we do. But I think in general, more and more corporations should be looking not just at academia as a source of recruiting, like we want the best minds and the brightest talent, but as a source of motivation for work, right? New ideas, but also different ways of working. I mean, I think one of the opportunities we have in this moment is to make sure that technology is there for communities that now, as we see, will need to rely on it. Like educational equity and technology are now, to me, more closely aligned than they have ever been before. So that's why for us at Apple, I always say that we need to do the things we do. Tim actually says this, our CEO. He doesn't like when I come to him with an idea that has nothing to do with Apple, because it's not something we're good at. So why are we trying to stand up in front of the world and fake it? We are good at education. Apple has been in classrooms since the first Apple computers were made, in the 80s. And so that is in the 70s, I should say. But that is, that is like how the company developed. So I think insisting on if it's a technology sector and technology company, that they're investing in the technology, the infrastructure of the institution. So first off, the students have the access to the tools that give them access to the world. That's the whole point of education. I think also for a lot of educational institutions, there are opportunities to partner with corporations on climate goals around clean energy, the procurement and ease of clean energy, I think is an opportunity we're all looking at, because especially public institutions don't have, they don't get the tax cuts that a lot of times help to pay for clean energy for a private institution. And so that can be an opportunity. I think internships and more cross-pollination, so that the needs of what you find in the private sector. I mean, the private sector is in business, it's capitalism, right? So they have their own sets of things we're trying to do, but getting ideas in and getting students in, I think, is really important. That's part of the reason for our work on our we do the C² initiative as well, coding and creativity with HBCUs and with Hispanic serving institutions. So look, I think that the private sector is more than just a money bag. There is money in the private sector right now, and that's really important. Don't get me wrong. I think that's super important. And companies should be putting their money where their mouths are. But if we don't blur some of the lines and create stronger relationships that are that take advantage of the incredible talent at HBCUs and at institutions in general, whether HBCU or not, then we've missed the boat, because eventually the money will peter out and nothing has fundamentally changed.
Yes, I agree. And one of the things that we came face to face with last year when we transitioned from about 90% plus in-person classes to 100% remote was that the digital divide is still there, right? And we have a lot of work to do in so many different places, from our campuses to the places our students and faculty live, to overcome that. And I think some of your initiatives at Apple are going to help us move the needle on some of those challenges in a significant way. So I really commend you for that. But my final thought is about you and your own interests, and how have the initiatives that you are engaged with, or some that you might not be engaged with at Apple, align with your own interests in addressing disparities and racial equality in terms of economic empowerment, criminal justice reform, and of course, environmental justice.
Well, I mean, I'm getting to that point now I can look back at a life, or at least a career. I hope I have less career in front of me than I have behind me. And I actually think that's really important, by the way, because I think it's super important to see this next generation stepping up. The folks who were our deputies are now rising into positions, and that's really, really important. But I digress. Look, I was adopted and brought to New Orleans as a young girl. I was born in Philadelphia. And I just, as I'm aging, I feel more and more that part of what I need to do to make sure my life has meaning is not only the environmental work, but the work around justice. I want to know I was a part of what I think is probably the biggest transition this country will have to go through, which is, as the demographics have clearly demonstrated. Someone told me the other day there are more Black and brown kids in third grade across America than there are white kids. And that's a really scary, thing to a lot of people. But it's also, even if you're not scared of it because you're not racist, but that's a huge change in the power and in the way this country sees itself. And so I think ensuring that there's justice built into those next, the next policies is super important. Why it is so good to hear the White House saying, look, no matter what it is, whether it's infrastructure investments or clean energy investments or jobs, we need to ensure that they're being equitably distributed. Because a lot of times, even in climate change, right, when I'm meeting all the people who work in clean energy, rarely do I see someone who looks like me. And that's not okay. It's hard to sell prosperity when it's not really equally shared. So I think, for me, the racial equity and justice work, which Tim asked me to lead, and which I work on with an amazing woman on my team, Alicia Johnson, who's really leading it. and I talk about it, but she's doing all the hard work. But it has really, I think, for both of us, reminded us that wherever you are, you need to keep in mind how to push the organization in the right ways to do the right thing, to Spike Lee put it, doing the right thing. So for us, especially at Apple, economic empowerment, this idea that Apple spends billions of dollars every year on buying services and buying things. And why shouldn't some of those services and things be by women-owned business, by Black-owned businesses, by people of color, brown-owned businesses? How do we ensure that prosperity that Apple creates, it's a very successful company, is equally shared? So, it's just, in my mind, maybe all these things, I've always thought of myself as just an environmentalist. That's what I do. But now I realize that there's a way to do environment that empowers people economically. There's a way to do environment that increases justice and access. I don't do a lot in criminal justice reform, but we at Apple support organizations like LDF and EJI, the Equal Justice Institute, that are working on the front lines of these issues, because it is important. And frankly, because our products are part of the reason we know what happened to George Floyd. And so we feel that we're intimately connected to it. So again, I just want to encourage everyone, there are a million different ways to use science. You don't have to be in a lab. I went to Princeton to be a Ph.D. engineer and realized that was not where I wanted to be in terms of a lab for my whole life. But instead, I feel like I use my science degree every day. And I want to just end by thanking you, Larry. You are a model of a servant leader, and what you've done for FAMU, what you did at NOAA, what you did for communities, especially in the wake of the Gulf crisis, was, you know, there should be that story told. I wish I was interviewing you. And thanks to our friends from NOAA as well, Dr. Friedman, and I think it was Louisa, but thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Lisa, for those insights. I hope you also add to your Vita that you are indeed a role model, you know, for persons of color, persons not of color, for women and for men. So thank you so much for having such an outstanding career. It has touched us all, right? And will continue to do so. So we're really honored to have you here today. I wish we could join in a round of virtual applause, you know, to thank you for participating today. We appreciate it very, very much. I'm gonna turn it back over to Ms. Cummings, who will get us to the next thing. Thank you, Lisa, very much.
Thank you so very much, President Robinson. And thank you so very much, Ms. Lisa, for being with us today and sharing your profound thoughts on racial equity and the need for corporations to consider broadening the scope of their efforts to embrace HBCU initiatives. That was very profound. And thank you, both of you, President Robinson and Ms. Jackson, for your servant spirit in nurturing future leaders. There is a little more applause there. And you talked about having the heart of a servant. Just before this virtual forum began, Dr. Robinson and FAMU happened to be recognized just this morning with the Hope Award for the successful operation that Dr. Robinson has led here at Florida A&M in turning our legendary Bragg Memorial Stadium into a COVID testing operation and testing now more than 300,000 constituents. So the work continues with the servant spirit. So thank you so very much again for being with us. And thank you, President Robinson. And now we are going to prepare to break for a virtual press briefing to allow media who may be joining us at this time a little time to go up close and personal with some of our panelists. The virtual presser will be led by our own Andrew J. Scarrett, who's the Assistant Director of Media Relations. If you are media interested in securing time to speak more in depth with our panelists, our esteemed presenters today, please reach out to Andrew Scarrett in our chat. And at this time, we'll have more a video presentation on the reason we are here today, why that's important. Welcome back, everyone. You're tuning into the virtual forum spotlighting 2 decades of excellence, Nurturing Future Leaders in STEM, presented by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, Educational Partnership Program with Minority Serving Institutions. I'm Carmen Cummings. Thank you so very much for being with us. Nurturing Future Leaders. That's what the mission is all about. And also celebrating the successful collaboration between NOAA and the Cooperative Science Centers, which has resulted in training and graduating hundreds of students, many of those faces you saw, with a focus on eager, inquisitive minds from traditionally underrepresented minority communities in science fields relative to NOAA's mission. That mission is relative to this next session, passing the torch to the next generation. Joining us now is a Rattler alumna who is responsible for management of the undergraduate scholarship program and cooperative science centers. She's deep in the trenches on the team, which ensures that the program meets its goals of graduating and training the next generation of diverse candidates. Please welcome home Dr. Natasha D. White.
Thank you so much, Carmen, for those very kind words, and it's always great to be home. It is my pleasure to introduce our session leader, but prior to doing that, I wanted to call attention to the Q&A button as well as the chat, where questions may be asked during each section. During this plenary session, we highly encourage students who are in attendance to please ask questions and interact with our panel. So it is my esteemed honor to present the leader of our Plenary 2 session, passing the torch to the next generation STEM workforce, Ms. Nicola Buff. Ms. Labeouf is the Acting Assistant Administrator for NOAA's National Ocean Service. She provides the strategic vision needed to lead the implementation of activities that support the Ocean Service's priorities of safe and efficient transportation and commerce, preparedness and risk reduction, and stewardship tourism and recreation. With over 20 years of scientific and program management experience, Ms. Labeouf has worked on a range of issues from protected species conservation and oil spill response to international treaty negotiation. Ms. Labeouf holds a bachelor's degree in marine biology from Texas A&M University and a master's degree in sustainable development and conservation biology from the University of Maryland. She is a strong supporter of the EPP MSI program and a key member of NOAA's leadership team. Please welcome Ms. Nicola Buff.
Thank you, Natasha. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Awesome. Okay, always have to ask, right? So I think that someone's going to help share slides for me here in just a moment. So while those are popping up, I just want to say welcome to the students and the faculty and all of our NOAA co-conspirators in this really important and honorable work of recruiting the next generation of NOAA scientists, right? The next generation of the STEM workforce, of course. Thank you so much for having me. As was just said, my name is Nicola Buff. I'm the Acting Assistant Administrator of NOAA's National Ocean Service. I'm absolutely honored to serve as your session lead for today's session, passing the torch to the next generation STEM workforce. And I know I'm supposed to give you NOAA's perspective on the importance of training the next generation of STEM professionals, and I will. But first, I want you to know that this was a little bit of a challenge for me to come here today, because what I learned was not only was I going to get to talk to you about how important you all are to our work, not just now, but in the future, but I was told that I might get some extra points for doing a Pecha style slide deck. Now, I had never even heard of that before, so it threw me for a loop, but you know, that's life and we rise to challenges. So I'm going to give it a try, and I'm going to do it, I'll say my way, as we do, right? I did it my way. So I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to use 2 images per slide. And I think as that slide deck is being shared, I'm going to note the reason I did that is actually quite important. That's because for at least my experience, my life and my career, I have found that it is as important to recognize where you've been and what you've been through and who you've been through that with when you get to each new place as anything else. And how are they related to one another? Sometimes it's not obvious, but if we think that way, if we really try and take what we've learned from one part of our lives and use it in the next, then you're absolutely building blocks in your life, and you're moving from one thing to another in a way that is informed and wiser than where you were before. Thinking like this keeps me grounded. It helps me focus on learning everything I can at each stage of my life. And it reminds me that all of my experiences, the good ones and the not so good ones, make me who I am today. So as we pass the torch, I hope that you'll remember that we are also passing each stage of our life on to the next in our journey. And whatever path you're on, you are absolutely building from one to the next, one part of your life to the next. And so with that, oh, fantastic, there it is. So you'll see sort of a contrast on this first slide. There's me as a kiddo, and then me kind of now, almost now, pre-pandemic. And with that, I guess let's go ahead and turn the next slide, and we'll start. I'll try this Pechacucha thing for you. Okay. I grew up along the Texas Gulf Coast with an instinctive and actively curated love of the outdoors and nature. I love the beach, fishing, camping, and just being outside where I could watch and listen to our planet and what it had to say. Thanks to my grandmother, I became a birder among adults at a very young age. My grandmother was my mentor and inspiration. She loved to garden and cook and dance and travel and to watch birds wherever we were. She taught me that I could be anything I wanted to be and that I should endeavor to do just that, even though others might say what I could or could not do. And I don't think we're advancing the slides. Maybe, there we go. Okay, so that was the last slide. All right, Pechacucha. All right, her support and authentic way of living modeled confidence even when I didn't have it for myself. Still, I've known from a very early age, even teenage years, that I wanted to work with and for the ocean. Like many, I was drawn to those amazing animals that we call charismatic megafauna, whales, turtles, and yes, dolphins. But first things first, I had to get through being a rebellious teenager, and I had to make my way out of my Texas hometown and on to college. There were people in my life that said I was not college material, but I found my voice in debate and extemporaneous speaking. And I thought I needed to become a lawyer to fight for the ocean and everything that lived there. But life had its own ideas, and being a lawyer was not one of them. Being around dolphins sure was. Marine biology became my path, and dolphin rescue was my hobby. It was a great way to meet people, sit in cold water on the beach, and finally help the ocean firsthand. It was a far cry from being dressed up for a debate round, but I took a leap of faith that I could do it. Dolphin rescue taught me a lot, and I learned to appreciate these incredible animals, whether they were alive or dead. Necropsies were the name of the game, and I wore masks before masks were cool, and the blood on my hands was about curiosity and science. I was well on my way to being a bona fide marine biologist. I wasn't good at math, but I hoped I could make it through. Make it through I did. My grandmother was so proud of me. So was my mom. My mom was my best friend and biggest fan up until she passed away a few years ago. I still miss her love and support, but she taught me to follow my own path, whatever that might be, including when I applied for a job at NOAA on a dare and moved far away from Texas for the first time. My love of NOAA gave me the chance to come out of the lab and into an office to work on marine mammal conservation. Hey, Nicole, we're ahead of slide. If you could just get us back in sync there. Talk about a dream job. I rekindled my love of birds and I got to travel, spreading my wings in all respects. I started working on international treaties and was seeing the world and experiencing life like never before. Working hard for dolphins, I went to Mexico, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Panama, Canada, and the list goes on. I met the most amazing people wherever I went, making lifelong friends and getting the best food a girl could find. That's when I learned that when your heart is open, the world is waiting for you. After about 10 years at NOAA, I was beginning to feel like I was on the right path, but I was surrounded by people who supported me. And I was becoming more and more confident in who I wanted to be as a person. But what did I want to be professionally? I still wasn't sure. I was building my network and asking my friends for their advice. Before long, I was working for the birds, seabirds to be specific, in Norway, Brazil, Australia, New Zealand, Argentina, Chile, and Ecuador. I found I had a love of diplomacy and international negotiations, and I helped the ocean, not just in the United States, but around the world. I fell in love with the Southern Hemisphere, and I lived in Tasmania for a while. I never felt so at home anywhere in the world. It was amazing to get to help the albatross of the Southern Ocean. I was still working for NOAA, but I was missing my friends and family. I knew sooner or later I'd have to stop this nomadic lifestyle and find a portfolio that kept me closer to home. Then came Deepwater Horizon. I was known for finding solutions, so NOAA asked me to take on the challenge of negotiating with BP to make sure that NOAA didn't have to foot the bill for our work to clean up the oil. I knew nothing about oil spill response at the time, but in the course of learning, I met so many incredible people, all there to help the ocean like me. For nearly 2 years, I went back and forth to Louisiana, where I met Larry Robinson, and where I was reminded of my love of food and where I reconnected with my extended family. Working the oil spill taught me even more about myself and what I wanted to do with my life. As NOAA's response to Deepwater Horizon spun down, I landed another marine mammal job with NOAA and connected with people I'd met from previous roles. One of the most important lessons I was learning is that I could come and go from one job to the next at NOAA and always feel at home if I kept the people that supported me in my heart and top of mind. That realization allowed me to take another leap of faith and move to a very different part of NOAA in a leadership position. I was really nervous at first, but guess what? NOAA is a truly special place no matter where you are. The mission in every corner of NOAA is as good as the next. And the people, they are awesome too. And because I was moving up in the organization, I could see more of the good work all around me. I could also really help people do their jobs. As much as anything, that's what I was there to do, enable the good work of others. Charting my own course as a leader has been challenging, but I never tried to be something that I wasn't. I mostly act on instinct and what feels authentic to me. I stay true to myself. I try to find common ground with others, treat people with dignity and respect, and stay as strong as I can when times are tough. I also stay in touch with my gratitude. I find that it buoys me when I'm feeling lost and reconnects me to the people and the places that I come from. For me, gratitude and a bit of downtime are the secrets of my own personal resilience. And I've got to get in touch with the ocean whenever possible. If there's dolphins around, I'm completely at peace. I've often wished I could tell the ocean how hard we're all working to do right by it. In a strange way, I feel like dolphins and birds know that we do that at NOAA. I'd like to believe that's the case. And maybe I'll just tell myself it's true so that I can be rest assured that they know that at least some humans care. People often ask me what it's like to be a leader, as a scientist or as a woman, but I really only know what it's like to be me. As I pass the torch to you all, I hope you see that it's not just one light that guides your way. It's all of the events and the people who care about you, what you learn about yourself, and how all of these things act upon one another to influence who you become. And with that, I will end my attempt at a Pechakucha, and I would like to address the issue at hand, NOAA's commitment to the next generation of STEM professionals. NOAA's science mission is driven by the need that the public has, and we are truly interdisciplinary. While traditional science will continue to be important, the oceans and the coasts are changing, and the future will look like nothing we've seen before. Without opening ourselves to our nation's full diversity within our workforce and our partnerships, our input data, our attitudes, and our outcomes will be full of biases, unconscious or otherwise, meaning that our efforts won't be as innovative or as durable as they might be otherwise. You all are critical partners in advancing our collective goal to provide the science, resource management, and innovative solutions to real-world problems in communities around our country. Fortunately for NOAA, we are attracting and supporting new talent through the EPP, the Holling Scholar Program, and other efforts that focus on recruiting the very best as the next generation of NOAA scientists and managers from MSIs and other partners. Since 2001, the National Ocean Service has hosted 110 EPP MSI undergraduate scholars for summer internships. Since 2016, NOS has hosted 32 graduate internships for Cooperative Science Center students. Currently, NOS has 10 employees that have either received undergraduate or graduate support from EPP MSI. Most of those employees are in federal positions. We can do more, and we are doing more. Recently, NOS and NOAA's Office of Education identified a new competitive pathway, meaning no public job advertisement, and funding to bring CSC graduates into the NOAA workforce. Students who attended NOAA partnership institutions and have graduated with either a master's or a Ph.D. between May of 2020 and May of 2021 have the opportunity to pursue at least 4 time-limited positions that approximate postmasters and postdoctoral fellowships. I'm excited to share that we've already made one selection from CSERT, and I encourage other students to apply. The sooner the better, as we have set April 16th as the closing date for these announcements. If students or other recent graduates are interested in these opportunities, please contact your center director who has the position announcements and information for you. Thank you for your time today. And last but not least, I am honored to introduce our next speaker and session moderator, Latoya Miles. Latoya is an advocate for the next generation of scientists who represent many different backgrounds and communities. This photo of Latoya captures her and her NOAA supervisor, her postdoc advisor, and one of her collaborators from last year. As science evolves, so does our community of scientists. Knowing this in her heart, Latoya is passionate about creating opportunities for students to join the scientific community and to contribute to NOAA's mission. With that, Latoya, I turn the mic over to you.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I really do appreciate it. And so I enjoyed so much learning about your background, because I think the call today is full of students who have lived along the Gulf Coast, and I'm a Mississippi native, so I enjoy the Gulf Coast as well. And I will share my screen so that you can see my slides. So what I want to talk about today in introducing the panel is I'd like to spend just a couple of moments acknowledging the amount of change that has happened in our world, whether that's global, national, and community scale. We've seen more change this year than we have in most of our lifetimes. And when we think about that and the amount of change that we have experienced, I think that saying change is hard is an understatement these days. But then also, I think we have seen so much change, not only in our personal lives, but in our professional lives. And in thinking about that, not only have we experienced change with public health crises and with community crises across our country, also our science has changed. We've had changing environments, more severe weather, We've had changing community. The face of NOAA science has changed in recent decades. We've also had changing technology that helps us do our science and policy work. And it reminds me of the fact that we have to be nimble and flexible and adaptable in these times, which is to me the gist of that comment from Charles Darwin. So going more into my own story, what you will see is on this slide, I'm a very proud alumna of Alcorn State University, which is located in Mississippi, as well as I'm a FAMU Rattler, as several of us are on the call today. And I cannot underestimate and speak as well about the influence that faculty and staff at these two institutions have had on my career and my life. When I think back to being a high school student and first enrolling at Alcorn State University and leaving home for the first time, I was just like our previous speaker, Ms. Jackson, thinking I would go into the medical field because I was good at science. However, when I arrived at Alcorn State University, the world of science opened up to me in a way that it never had before. And I learned that there were so many other disciplines. There was chemistry and physics, and then there are sub-disciplines of organic chemistry and inorganic chemistry and physical chemistry that made my world so much richer. And I had just an inquisitiveness and curiosity that I wanted to pursue. And so I stayed with those majors of chemistry and biology. But then after graduating, that led me to the Environmental Sciences Institute at Florida A&M University, now School of the Environment, where I was able to apply those scientific principles to answer real world questions, to understand how, in my case, how the atmosphere works, how the chemistry of the atmosphere affects our world, our health as humans, and then the health of our environment as well. And the foundation for all of that learning, all of that science came from these two HBCUs. The next phase of my journey was supported by the NOAA Educational Partnership Program. When I was a graduate student at Florida A&M University, I was able to go on my first field experiment outside of Tampa, Florida. And this is a photo of me with my equipment from my first field study. As someone who had been in the laboratory and undergraduate, I was a novice at field work, going into the field, measuring samples in real time, looking at data as it's coming in from all of the different instrumentation was truly exciting for me. And EPP made that possible. I was able to participate in this large-scale field study where I had collaborators from other universities, other federal agencies, local and state agencies, where we were all trying to answer questions about the health of Tampa Bay from an atmospheric and a biospheric perspective. And I do have to say, during that time, as a fellow of EPP, I was able to have my first publications. And for those of you who are students who are considering pursuing careers at NOAA and or at academia, I cannot stress enough how having a publication before you graduate is critically important. And EPP supported me so that I could have publications by the time I graduated. And as you'll notice on these two publications that I had, there's a familiar name there as one of my co-authors, President Larry Robinson. He was my mentor and advisor, and I actually call him my forever mentor because I still learn so much from him all of the time. After being in graduate school at Florida A&M University, I transitioned to the NOAA office where I currently work. And this is actually a photo of our building. And I've heard it described in many ways as quaint. It doesn't look like an office building. It doesn't look like a laboratory, but there's so much rich history in this building. This building was part of the Manhattan Project in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and has been around since 1948. And we have had some measure of science or health medicine in this building ever since that time. And so there's that history to me is very important. We start thinking about how science has evolved and changed over time. And so I started out as a young scientist, an early career person, entering into this building, learning how to collaborate with NOAA colleagues and with our partners from other institutions, building up my scientific credentials, doing even more field studies. And all of that work happens out of this one building in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And now, as I serve as director of those staff in that building, the Atmospheric Turbulence and Diffusion Division, I start thinking about how the science that happens in that building also happens out in the environment. And these are two photos from one of our meteorological towers that we have installed that goes above the tree canopy here in East Tennessee. And so you'll see every so often along this tower, we have measurements of wind direction and wind speed and temperature. These photos remind me that science is all around us all the time, whether we notice this or not, whether we're cognizant of it or not. There's science that's happening within each of our communities. We just have to be aware of what's going on. And as scientists, we have that curiosity to be able to take the knowledge and skills that each of us have as undergraduate students, graduate students, and professionals to be able to contribute in a really meaningful way to some of the scientific questions that are being asked within our own communities. Another important lesson that I learned along the way is the importance of mentoring. So this photo shows one of my typical field studies and scientific experiments that we had set up in Illinois within a cornfield to try to understand the dynamics of atmospheric chemistry in agricultural ecosystems. And I had two students who were from Florida A&M University who worked with me. These are guys from Florida. We traveled with them to Central Illinois to set up this equipment in a cornfield, and they had the absolute best time. It was such a unique experience for all of us to be able to be so hands-on in the science in this way. And I learned important lessons about mentorship from President Robinson and other faculty and staff members who supported me along the way. And then this picture makes me remember how important it is for me to pass along those lessons that I've learned about being a good mentor, about creating opportunities for students, about helping students to succeed. We cannot underestimate just how important that is. And so when I look at this picture of how hard the guys worked when we were out in the field and all of the lessons they learned, not only about science, but about engineering and how to build systems, that it's important to have wonderful mentors out there that we can connect to students. And then this final slide shows, again, some of the instrumentation that I have in the field. And I will link this back to my first slide about change. One of the most exciting aspects of my career at NOAA has been field work, going out for projects in different ecosystems. This photo happens to be a system that we installed in Delaware before the pandemic hit. And I would just say that's when I see this system, I see the work that we put into it, I see the beautiful scenery behind it, and I understand the connection between the science questions that we're asking and how we're trying to maintain and improve the health of salt marsh ecosystems like this one. I can't wait to get back out into the field. I can't wait to support my staff as they go out into the field and conduct this science, because it reminds me of how important it is. This photo, you see atmosphere, you see biosphere, and understanding the interactions of that is key to what we're doing in the NOAA Air Resources Laboratory that's located in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And I'm excited to get back to that work someday. And I hope that we'll have opportunities for students to join us in that work in the near future. So now we'll move into introductions of all of our panel members. Panel members, if you could turn on your cameras. We will go in alphabetical order. So we'll start with Angel, then go to Martine, Melanie, and then PJ. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. So just a quick question. Do I just share my slides or will they appear on the screen?
Please share.
All right, thank you.
You see screen share, sir?
It's not letting me. Let me share. Oh, now I can see it. Yeah, great. All right. All right, good afternoon, everybody. It is a great pleasure to be here speaking to you. So my name is Angel Adames Coralisa, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences at the University of Wisconsin in Madison. And I'm just gonna give you a quick overview about my professional journey, my personal life, and trying to like adhere to this template that we're gonna try to and do today. So I'll start off a little bit about myself. So I'm originally from Puerto Rico, from the town of San Sebastian. Here's a nice arrangement of pictures, you know, with the lower left picture being showing the just a sunset in my hometown in San Sebastian. The second picture just kind of shows you where San Sebastian is in Puerto Rico. And then the third one just shows where Puerto Rico is in the Caribbean, just so you all know where this is at. I grew up in San Sebastian. I went to school there all the way up to high school. And when I was a kid growing up in San Sebastian, I was really obsessed over just looking at clouds. So a lot of people will find that kind of weird, especially other kids, but I've just thought that the clouds were really pretty and really interesting to look at. They would come into my hometown in the morning. They just come in like in a parade, you know, the morning would be like clear blue, nothing in the sky. And then these clouds would roll in. And as the day progressed, they would like turn into thunderstorms and it would rain a lot. And then it'll end like at 3 p.m. And then the rest of the afternoon would be clear. And it would occur like clockwork, especially during the summer. And I was always curious as to what that happened. And to be honest, I'm still very curious about that today. And you can see these are not pictures of me when I was a kid. These are actually pretty recent pictures of me flying into and out of Puerto Rico, just looking at the clouds out of the window plane seat. And I just think that they're amazing. And to be honest, I thought that this probably was one of the early signs that I really liked atmospheric science and science in general. But another one was that I really liked watching these documentaries that the Discovery Channel had back then. One of them was like Raging Planet, and they would like have like a Spanish dub version that would appear on Puerto Rico TV. You know, like in Spanish it would be like Desata la Furia or something like that. And to me, these were like the most like awesome videos I saw as a kid. Even though I actually saw them recently, and they're actually pretty cringe now that you're like actually a scientist and understand what's actually going on in a lot of the physical models, you know, and like a lot of the physical mechanisms that are happening. But as a kid, they were great. But a turning point didn't happen until I was like 10 years old or so. And Hurricane George hit the island. It was a Cat 2, Cat 3 hurricane. It kind of just went right through the middle of the island. And back then, it was the most damaging hurricane the island has seen. It, you know, of course, this actually got like smashed recently by Hurricane Maria, which was way more destructive than Hurricane George ever was. But still, you know, back then, George was like essentially like the big one with Hugo in '89. And it just really got me thinking as to why does Mother Nature this way? Why do these things happen in general? And it kind of just really got me going. And I think with that, combined with my obsession with these maps, so the newspapers in Puerto Rico would like often come with these maps where you can track a hurricane. And me being weird and a nerd, as I've always been, I really like to get a pencil and just track every single hurricane, every single season. And I would just like call it a dots and plot things. It was a great exercise for me as a kid. And then my parents actually saw that, and that combined with Hurricane George, my mom one day and my dad like told me, it's like, you know, maybe you should study meteorology, you know? And I was like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Of course, there aren't any meteorology majors that you can pursue in Puerto Rico. And actually, you know, like I don't think we had the resources for me to like go to the US and study atmospheric sciences. So instead, I went to the University of Puerto Rico in Mayagüez and studied physics, where that program actually has like a certificate in atmospheric sciences. By the way, I Googled this image that you can see here on the right, and the logo of the University of Puerto Rico is seen on the left. I studied physics, 4 years there in physics. And during that time, something really important for my career actually happened. And that is that during my sophomore year, I applied for internship programs, and out of some weird like loophole of life or something, I don't know, I ended up like talking to NCAS and with them back then Vernon Morris about a potential collaboration with the University of Washington, specifically with the Joint Institute of the Study of the Atmosphere and Ocean. And they told me that this would be in the University of Washington. I had no idea where that was actually back then. I didn't know that this was all the way in Seattle, on the other side of the US. Because when you're in Puerto Rico, all you know about the US, like from TV shows and stuff is like New York and Florida and whatever. Even though you kind of know that the US is really big, you kind of really don't know how big the US is until you actually like take a flight across the whole country and realize that it's like a 6-hour flight from one side to the other side, especially if you're going from east to west. Anyways, long story short, I ended up agreeing to this internship program. So I went to Seattle and did my first research project that you see here pictured on the right. And that ended up like changing my career path in many ways. And one way is that I ended up loving going to Seattle so much that I ended up applying for grad studies there and ended up getting into the program. So I did my Ph.D. work at the University of Washington in the Department of Atmospheric Sciences from 2010 to 2016. Here's a picture. I think this is like a very accurate picture that I Googled of Washington because it's cloudy and it's drizzling and there's this W in there. I think that makes the image fairly accurate. It is in the winter, it's a pretty drizzly place. And I just wanted to mention here that, even though I did finish my PhD and I, overall, it was a very positive experience. As somebody who grew up in the tropics with like fair weather cumulus every day and sunshine, it was really hard for me to transition to a place where the sun never comes out during the winter. And combined with being one of the few Latino people in the university and the department as a whole was a very challenging experience for me. And I think it's very important for me to like even tell you that even though I did get a PhD there were like a lot of setbacks and a lot of difficulties that I went through that I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking to you, but feel free to like talk to me after I'm done speaking or send me an email. We can chat any other time. After that, I did a postdoc at Gfdl at one of the NOAA labs. This one is actually in Princeton. And I did this from 2016 and 2018, which was another opportunity that just kind of came out of nowhere. And it ended up being a great experience for me and like learn a lot about how NOAA works back then and ended up like understanding a lot of what it takes to actually make a good forecast model and a good climate model, which was an interesting experience for me. And after that, I've been moving around over the place, but the most recent location where I'm located now is at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, which is pictured below. And of course, like if people know about Wisconsin and Wisconsin football, you're probably familiar with Bucky the Badger, which here is like holding some kind of lightning bolt because now I'm in atmospheric sciences. And, when you do meteorology, I guess a lightning bolt is one of those things that you see in meteorology. So anyways, I'm a professor here now. I do a lot of things as professors do. And one of the things that I do is that I lead my research group made by grad students, postdocs, and undergrads. We refer to it as the Large Scale Dynamics and General Circulation Group. The website is on the top, afadames.com. I have 4 grad students, H.C. Luo, Chelsea Knight, Rosa Vargas Martes, Kaylene Torres Maldonado, who was actually a former EPP fellow, which I think is noteworthy, and a postdoc, Victor Raul Chavez Maita. And together we actually research a broad range of topics, including tropical convection, general circulation, tropical motion systems, including tropical waves, tropical depressions, Madden Julian oscillation, and of course, climate change. Of course, research is not the only thing that I do. And one of the points that I wanted to get across to you is that not everything in life is work. And I think it's really important to try to find some balance in your life. So here's a picture of me and my students on the left. Here's a picture of us getting coconut milk, this Chinese brand of coconut milk, which, by the way, is delicious. And if you haven't tried it, you should definitely try it. And then on the right, a picture of us happily eating, I think this is a Korean barbecue. And I'm showing specifically pictures of food because I think food is one of the things that universally makes everybody happy. And of course, you can see the authentic happiness here in the picture with maybe a little bit of elements of like, why are we hanging out with your advisor? Because the advisor is definitely a weirdo that likes to eat and likes to invite everybody to eat when that is the occasion it happens. So here's a picture of food. of course, one of the goals that I have as a faculty is to make an academia and a welcoming environment for everybody. And this is why I do these meal things to like make the group building and make everybody feel like they're part of the community. But ultimately, I think that we need to make changes in the academic system in order for it to be welcoming for everybody, not just for people like myself who come from a Latin American background, but everybody in general. And I think that we have a big task in front of us in order to make the academic environment not just be welcoming, but also represent the demographic of this country. By the way, this is a picture that I took. This one I did not Google. This is definitely mine. And last but not least, I, just wanted to make that goal. But if you all have questions for me, I am more than happy to answer them for you. Thank you for your time. It is a great pleasure and an honor to be here speaking to you today. My contact information is below. Here's a picture of a cloud and a thunderstorm that I think is really cool because I am still a weird and I'm still a nerd and I love clouds still because why would you want to change when you like things when you were a kid? You still like them as an adult? I haven't grown up. That's okay. And that's okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. I like clouds too. All right, great presentation. Martine, you're up next.
Thank you, Dr. Miles. Good afternoon, everybody. It is really a great honor to be here in this forum. I'm trying to upload my, let me know if you actually see the presentation that I am going to show. Okay, let's see. Let me know if it's working because I cannot see you anymore.
You're good.
Very good. So again, thank you for this wonderful opportunity. It is truly an honor to be here. I think myself 20 years ago, and I find that I was not behind a camera giving a speech to more than 200 participants, but I was rather starting a journey of enlightenment through a process that started for me in La Paz, Bolivia, where I come from. La Paz is a city that is located at 12,000 feet over the sea level. And being the son of a geologist, I started developing a deep passion for the outdoors, for the mountains, for the rocks, for the air, for everything that was outside of the apartment where we live. So once I graduated from high school, I decided to go and become a biologist. And I went to the only school in the country that actually offered that career. With that, I give you an idea of the environment in which I developed, in which I live. So I studied biology for 5 years at the Universidad Mayor de San Andres, where I also developed some passion for chasing, collecting, dissecting, and analyzing tropical fish, which is something that took me to the Amazon basin and many of the tributaries and all the rivers that will be part of that system, which also allowed me to meet some very interesting people that would come from all over the world, because they were also trying to understand the phylogeny and the relationships that existed between tropical fish in this part of the continent, as well as other parts of the world, in the African continent, for instance. And so I made some pretty interesting connections there. And also I started thinking that, you know what, if I want to advance this further, I cannot stay here, and I need to figure out where else I can further my education. And so through some help from Conservation International and the Worldwide Foundation, I got the opportunity to move from this beautiful city at the foothills of this majestic mountain in La Paz to another majestic place in the world, New York City. Now, I must tell you that once in New York, you know, things can be a little bit rough when you try to start your path in life, because New York can be very welcoming, but it can be very rough as well. So I started trying to figure out, what do I do now? I'm in this big city with a lot of passion for what I want to do in my life, but not so many resources. Where do I start? And is that an opportunity came. 126th Street, Upper Manhattan, City College of New York. I saw some announcements in one of the newspapers that you could find in city that the City College was offering opportunities for those that had foreign degrees, which it was my case. I had already become a biologist, but the process of validating all those credits and the process of making sure that you have all the elements you need to just go to school weren't quite there for me. So City College, through this announcement in one of those local newspapers, opened an opportunity. And sure enough, I went and I enrolled with the Earth and Atmospheric Science Department at the City College of New York. And it's this man that is on the picture, Professor Edward Hyman, that actually gave me a break, because he convinced me that you know how to collect data. Granted that I was collecting data at the tropical level. I want to take you to the mountains of Colorado, and so we can start collecting snowflakes and super cool droplets, so you can do some analysis and see what happens there. Sure enough, I went with Professor Hyman to beautiful Storm Peak Laboratory. During 2 winters, I learned to ski, but most importantly, I learned to work under unbelievable conditions in snowstorms at 3 o'clock in the morning, trying to collect those super cool droplets that he was so very interested in having. As a result of that, something else came along, and it was my liking of some satellite imagery that was used to correlate the snow water equivalent and the snow bed where we were collecting in situ. Sure enough, I got some funding and I was able to get a master's degree in atmospheric science at the City College of New York. But something happened. And this is what happened. I think this was the biggest break in my career. NOAA's educational partnership program with minority serving institutions. I know some folks are not going to be very happy that I put their pictures here. And as you may have noticed by now, I have not really followed the PECHA CUCHA requirements that have to have 2 pictures per slide. But well, there's some method to my madness, and this is the way that I'm going to tell the story. Chantal Haskins, whatever you are, thank you so very much. Jacqueline Rousseau, you really gave me the break that the rest of my career is really indebted to you. I couldn't find pictures for Victoria Dancy, Linda Belton, and Sabrina Tucker. But once I was an intern, they gave me all the support that I needed to continue. Louisa Koch, you already heard her. I owe her a great deal of mentoring, unofficial mentoring. Professor Camille Bardi, Congressman Serrano, Manson Brown in that picture. Of course, the Crest Center at the time, now the Cesar, Shaquilla Merchant, thank you so much. But most importantly, this man right here, Dr. Jerry Dittberner, he did something that the rest of the folks in the picture had already done with me. He truly believed in what I could do. He gave me an opportunity, I took it, and I ran with it. And as a testament of that is that the other day, somebody sent me a very nice picture of me on my first day of the internship. Look at that guy. So naive and so not knowing what to do with their life. But if it wouldn't be for the Educational Partnership Program, I would not be here. And I am very grateful for that. So once I got into the EPP system, I started with internships. I went to Colorado to learn more about passive remote sensing. I went to Silver Spring where I worked with some satellite experts that taught me more about satellite imagery that I so much love, and the different opportunities and the unlimited reach that I could do by understanding how this works and how can you use technology to apply the passion that is already there. So I went in a second internship, and then not enough with that, I was accepted at the graduate program with EPP, which is what landed me the job with NOAA in NESD, the satellite service. So what has happened in NESDIS has been a process of transformation for me. In the words of Vice Admiral Manson Brown, former Assistant Secretary for Environmental Observations in NOAA, Martin, you need to feel comfortably uncomfortable. Otherwise, you're not growing. And part of feeling comfortably uncomfortable means understanding what you do, understanding what your team does, understanding what your organization needs to do, so you can anticipate to what it needs to be done in a macro scale. And so I went and I had 2 or 3 jobs within the satellite service in which I learned the power of our observing system assets, the needs for data, how can you process data, how can you evaluate data, how can you prioritize data so others can use this information to generate products that make the difference, that make a whole universe of difference for those that need to make decisions. And I became an expert in satellite data, as well as the observing systems that generate those zeros and those ones that then are transferred to our computers. Not only that, you become a subject matter expert, you understand what your organization does, but then you need to figure out what else you need to complete your equation. It's a journey of introspection. You need to understand what else is missing, what you're capable of. And let me tell you, once you get to know your science and once you get to know how the decisions are made, how can you influence policy, how can you navigate your organization, you become quite powerful. And then you need to understand how can you help others realize those goals and fulfill the mission that your agency is giving you the opportunity to. So I went on a journey of leadership now. I got to work for several NOAA administrators. I got to do very important training in NOAA. And well, I got to enjoy the benefits of being part of one of the best, if not the best agency around the world. As you heard Ben Friedman before, from the bottom of the ocean to the surface of the sun and everything in between, unlimited possibilities. One of the things that I have learned in this journey is the power of networking. And someone had mentioned prior to me that that comes also associated with mentoring. No matter if you decide to have a path in academia, private sector, international organizations, non-governmental organizations, you will need to learn to collaborate. Nicole Buff was the perfect example in her wonderful presentation. You really don't know exactly what you want until you're there. And when you're there, well, it's your ability to talk, to communicate, and to negotiate, and to learn what is needed for you to obtain funding, for you to be successful and transitioning research to operations, research to service, most importantly, to understand what is needed. I can tell you right now, you're not going to be able to do it alone. So for all of you that are thinking about the government or the private sector, no matter what path you take, you need to understand your strengths and weaknesses. You need to understand your science very well. You need to understand your environment. As Latoya said, this is a changing world and it's a changing science. Dr. Jackson, in her remarks prior to this panel, mentioned that there's the equity of technology, the equity of education. Think of those terms for yourself. What is the right equity for you to really achieve your goals and understand that when you put it all together, you become something very powerful. But remember, again, it doesn't happen at all. It takes a village. This is my team in NESDIS, 35 individuals that works towards a common goal, and that they're very happy and content to follow if you are very good at convincing that you are doing the right thing. Put others first, and you'll see how they take care of you as well. Last but not least, don't forget what really matters. Some of you may try to figure out, I am looking to have money. I want to make more money. Some others may think that I want to be recognized for what I do. And some others may think that, I want to be happy. Well, it's all up to you. I can guarantee you that you can make money, you can be recognized, and you can be happy. It will not happen overnight, that's for sure. You have to take the steps and not the elevator, as my next slide says. But know that NOAA as an organization is a unique place where you will find all those three aspects if you learn how to put it all together. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity, and I pass it back to you again, Latoya.
Thank you so much, Martine, for those comments and for that wonderful presentation. So keeping the session moving, we're going to have a presentation from Dr. Melanie Okoro.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today at the 10th Biennial NOAA EPP and MSI Education and Science Forum. My name is Melanie Okoro, and I am a former NOAA scientist turned entrepreneur. And I'm here to share with you my journey as I transition from an entrepreneur to as I transition from a scientist to an entrepreneur. One of the stories I like to tell in my journey is that, quite frankly, all things are connected. The experiences that you had in the past, the ones that you're currently having, and those that will shape the future are all a combination of your experiences in life. And as Nicole talked about earlier in the presentation, it really is those experiences that shape who you interact with, the experiences that you have, and really the life that you will have for yourself. So my presentation will be a little bit different, and then I'm going to share with you my journey. And in that journey, provide for you some of the tools and techniques that really you can use, whether you decide to be a scientist, go into research, academia, or even into the private sector. One of the first fundamental elements of being an entrepreneur is really building your knowledge, right? So transitions are all a part of the process. As you transition from a student to a mid-year or early career professional, there will be changes in your life that you'll have to experience, right? So right now, you might be working on being a technician, right? Which is an expert in the practical application of science. But in particular, you might be skilled in a certain craft or technique, one that allows you to acquire new skills as you move throughout your professional career. You might even become a specialist in that particular area. You might be assigned to tasks or duties that you have to complete every single day. But as you go through that process, understand that you're building the knowledge that you'll need to progress throughout your career. And for me, I've had the opportunity to work in many different environments, building that knowledge. From working in urban streams in Maryland, to conducting research in wetlands and urban environments, to working with many different individuals and stakeholders who have various missions and visions. But along the way, you're honing your skills and you're building your craft and you're acquiring the knowledge that you need to transition in the next phase of your career. During my transition from graduate student into the field of science as a professional, I had the wonderful opportunity to be a part of the NOAA Graduate Scientist Program through the Educational Partnership Program. And in that, it allowed me to really focus on and align my goals with what my values were. And as you know, being a part of NOAA, it's about three main goals: the science, our service, as well as stewardship. One of the most important aspects of being a part of any organization is understanding the culture. Okay? So right now I'm an entrepreneur, but when I was a key member at NOAA, I was really bought into the culture of science, service, as well as stewardship. Making sure that I was focused on the task at hand, identifying and participating in scholarly activities with my colleagues, or even supporting volunteership opportunities. I was actively engaged in near peer mentorship opportunities, but I was simply committed to professional growth and development. As I moved throughout my career and became an entrepreneur, what I took from my time at NOAA was that it would require me to do some of those steps that I talked about earlier, which was simply to focus on the task at hand, but to continue to develop those relationships, seek out professional development, and identify those scholarly activities, such as the ones today, well, I knew it was going to help support the next generation of scientists. It's so important to cultivate your network. So when I hear my other colleagues, such as Martin, talk about making sure that you have a strong network, it's invaluable to your professional career development and growth. Making sure that you're having meaningful connections that can turn into lasting relationships. So that would involve making sure that you're a part of your network, whether it is scholarly activities, volunteering with organizations, making sure that you're a key part of your community, that you're investing in others, as well as investing in yourself. And for me, one of the most important aspects of my time with NOAA was making sure that I was involved in supporting the efforts of diversity and inclusion throughout the organization. Making sure that the voices were heard to build a pipeline for early career scientists, and that we were supporting those early career scientists as they moved to senior level scientists. But again, it's invaluable that you begin to cultivate your network and continue to do that throughout your career. And as an entrepreneur, your relationships are extremely important for you. You'll need to have the ability to reach out to your network, talk to them and communicate about what your goals and visions are, and continue to seek that mentorship as you move forward in your career. It's important to connect the dots. Now, one of the stories that I like to tell is a story where back in 2018, I received the NOAA Fisheries Employee of the Year. In that same month, I decided that it was time for me to transition as an entrepreneur. Not because my experience with NOAA was one that wasn't a positive experience. It was because I understood the culture of NOAA, the mission of science, services, stewardship. And I simply wanted to expand that in order to impact others in a different way. My time at NOAA was fulfilling. One, why I had the opportunity to interact and engage and still do with colleagues. I'm excited about the opportunity to improve and increase the pipeline that we have for underrepresented minorities in the STEM field. But I wanted an opportunity to do that by creating a company that was focused on that in this area. So I needed to really understand the culture of NOAA and understood where I fit in, but understand that this was a transition in my life that I needed to make and accept it as a normal part of change. Identify those values and life goals that were going to be fulfilling to me and hopefully help to increase the pipeline. I didn't rush the process, although it was very uncomfortable, but I leaned into my support network. That's why it's so important to make sure you're building that network so that when you need it to lean on, it's there to support you. It's very important to acknowledge what you've already accomplished, right? And to move forward at your own pace. Don't be afraid to embrace the risk. Now, working with a team of professionals and leading that team every day has been so rewarding. I embrace the risk now and I enjoy the ride. And I'm happy to say that our company, Eco Alpha Environmental and Engineering Services, is one that supports women in STEM, minorities in STEM, and making sure we're building and helping to support a pipeline of young STEM professionals in the industry. It's extremely important to lead in this way, to give back to your community, to make sure that you're impacting in ways that align with your vision as well as your values. Making sure that you're continuing to build the knowledge, that you understand your role wherever you are, to cultivate your network, connect the dots, transition as a part of life, understand that it's normal, and to embrace risk with proper planning. Don't be afraid to lead the way as you start on your career journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melanie, for that wonderful presentation. And moving right along, because we are short on time, we're going to welcome PJ Johnson to the forefront.
All right, let me get this up here. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to take part in this forum. I'm very honored to be here. Let me just go and give you brief about myself. I'm William Pernell Johnson, PJ. I graduated from high school not too far from Tallahassee, just across the border in Bainbridge, Georgia. And upon graduation, I went to Savannah State University. And that's not me, that's one of our most famous alumni, Shannon Sharp, Hall of Fame football player. When I enrolled at Savannah State, I originally started studying sociology. I wanted to be a social worker. However, my freshman year, when I started taking biology classes and some of the other technical STEM classes, my interest peaked and I changed my major from sociology to environmental science. And I graduated with a Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Science with a minor in chemistry. While at Savannah State, I had the opportunity to participate in a Department of Energy Savannah River site internship where I was able to participate at the high radioactive waste facility and solidifying nuclear waste for destruction at in the Yucca Mountains. So this is actually the facility that I work in. Again, that piqued my interest and solidified my decision in switching majors and switching over to science technologies field. Upon my graduation, I enrolled at Florida A&M in the Environmental Science Institute, where the current president, Dr. Robinson, was, along with Dr. Miles, he was our faculty advisor and dean, and to this day we have a good friendship. He was an excellent mentor. Learned a lot from him. While there and under his leadership, I returned to Savannah River site. Here, I was able to participate in what they call the P and R area. They had a strontium-90 plume. I was able to participate in the hydrologic study of that plume migration to see if it would affect the drinking water of a local town of Barnwell, which is just off this map here, to see if it would affect their drinking water. Very, very intense program and study. It was a year of research going back and forward to perform aquifer tests to complete this study. Upon graduation, I took that knowledge and started working for the Department of Florida Environmental Protection in their Petroleum Pre-Approval Program, where we went out and pretty much assessed and remediated petroleum impacted facilities throughout the state of Florida. Here's an example of some of the field work that we participated in, identifying the extent of the contamination in soil and groundwater. And here's an example of a source removal that we did to address the contamination. And here's an example of some of the treatment, the air sparge, soil water vapor extraction methods that we use to clean up a site. It's not included on this side. I didn't want to get deemed from the city of Tallahassee, but one of the projects I worked on is not too far from FAM right now, the Cascade Park, the amphitheater. That was a petroleum impacted site that I was part of remediating early on in my career. From that, moved on to technology where we perform compliance testing of the underground storage tanks and above ground storage tanks to ensure that clients and everyone's were in compliance with their petroleum storage and hazardous tank management. From there, networking, as has been mentioned earlier, that is key to this field. I landed an opportunity with US Ecology as a hazardous waste technician, getting rid of hazardous waste from retail facilities. And a lot of these products that are just household items, but when you get rid of them from a disposal standpoint, they are hazardous because of their waste characteristics, flammable, corrosive, or reactive. So on that aspect, I would like to mention when you start looking for your career paths and opportunities, don't be afraid to think out of the box, because a lot of these companies, your Walmarts, Publix, Target, Amazon, they are looking for environmental professionals to keep them in compliance and also to help them get rid of their waste. From there, I became a account manager at Univar Solutions, where we help one of North America's leading cable companies with their zero landfill policies. They did not want any waste to go to the landfill. So we set up the program where we did source reduction of their waste that was generated, increased their recycling process, and reduced their offsite treatment. And if they had any waste, we send it to waste to energy and not landfill to decrease their carbon footprint. And finally, my current position as Waste Service Director at ERTS, where we respond to emergency response for train derailments, wrong side accidents. We have to get rid of the waste that are generated from those, along with if some shipments are not done properly, we get rid of those wastes. And we had an uptick with the bad weather in Texas and floods. We always get a lot of calls from damaged goods and just people getting rid of things and oil water separators. So the environment and the climate not only affects the coastal and estuarines environments, it also affects the commerce. And that's it. It's to the point.
Thank you so much. So in respect of time, we're going to have to end the session here, but I want to give a special thank you to the panelists for their time and for sharing their journeys and insights with everyone. The success of the EPP MSI program thrives off of your continued success, and we sincerely thank you for continuing to support the program and the students who are following in your footsteps. The EPP MSI program serves a unique role, and we are, as we've heard this morning, the program has had significant impacts on national demographics of STEM professionals. As a program, it is our goal to continue to provide support for training and education of students to ensure that we have a highly qualified and diverse pool of candidates to exist primarily for NOAA's future workforce, but also for the NOAA mission enterprise workforce as well. I hope that students were enlightened by the contributions of each of the speakers. And as I mentioned, we regret that time has restricted our ability to address your questions. We have a number of questions that were submitted ahead of time, but we promise to address each of those questions and provide responses to them via email. Contact information for each of the speakers will also be shared in that communication. So if they said anything that resonates with you, be sure to reach out to them. As you've heard several times from the speakers, that it's important to start to build your network. So now is the time. So I want to thank everyone for attending and enjoy the remainder of this exciting event. I believe next we have a break prior to the invited student talks.
And as we prepare for the break, and thank you so very much, Dr. White, and to all of the panelists for those very intriguing, enlightening remarks and testimonials. Oceans far and wide, collecting data on snowflakes and a journey of introspection. It is just incredible. I truly was excited just listening to those testimonials. But we want to yield to Dr. Kelly, who's going to come forward with some information about your sentiments about how the day has gone. If Dr. Kelly is nearby, she's going to come forward to the virtual stage with that, and then we're going to have a quick break. Dr. Kelly?
Yes, thank you. It has been incredible. I mean, I've learned so much. I thought I knew about environmental, but just listening to the journeys of these young people, it has been awesome. We have a poll that's coming up, and before we take our little break, we'd like for you to respond so that as we move forward, we can provide the best information and the best opportunity for you. So if you would, please look at your screen. I am going to share a poll for you. It's a quick 3-question poll. So please continue, and we look forward to you after you finish your poll. You can then take your break for about 5 minutes and we'll come right back. Thank you. Thank you for participating in our poll. Back to you, Carmen.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Kelly, for all you do and your team. Welcome back, everyone. You're tuning into the virtual forum spotlighting 2 decades of excellence, nurturing future leaders in STEM. This has been truly robust dialogue all day today. Now, our next session. His studies zero in on shelf processes, including coastal upwelling and estuarine connectivity, circulation in the Gulf of Mexico, and the interaction between physical processes and marine estuarine and ecosystems. Please welcome a distinguished research scientist, Dr. Stephen Morey.
Thank you very much. We're excited to have as an important component to the NOAA EPP and Messiah Education and Science Forum, a scientific program where students present their outstanding work. While we look forward to seeing a large number of CSC and other scholars present at the second in-person phase of the forum, we're excited to have, as part of the virtual phase of the forum, 2 sessions of scientific talks by cooperative Science Center scholars. During the talks, please type your questions in the Q&A window and I'll relay them to the speakers. The first speaker today is Juan Carlos Cervera of the NOAA Living Marine Resources Cooperative Science Center and a master's student at the University of Miami. The title of Juan's talk is Development of the Southeast Region's Inland Essential Fishery Habitat Mapper to Inform Consultation. Juan?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Morey. Go ahead. All right. So thank you everybody for tuning in. Like I've already been introduced, my name is Juan Cervera, and I'll be speaking to my NERDO experience that I worked in collaboration with Dr. Jennifer Leo of the NOAA Southeast Fishery Science Center and Danielle Alvarez, a CMIS contractor who also worked with the Southeast Fishery Science Center. So let's see if I can get this. There we go. So I'm going to start off with a quick set into the basics of just essential fishery habitat. They're those habitats that are used to sustain fisheries through their life stages. You might consider this as, say, mangrove fringe, coral reefs, seagrass beds. It's really those estuarine and palestrine habitats that we see those fisheries sort of survive and sustain themselves through their continued life from larval to adult. And these habitats are protected under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which requires that federal projects or projects that could cause undue harm to these habitats are done through a consultation with NOAA Fisheries so that they can understand to what extent are these harms being attributed. One of the ways that we facilitate these consultations is by using EFH web mapping. Now, this is really useful in being able to visualize these EFH bounds, especially for those project developers who may not be as informed about the different species that may be living in the area that they are working. And then also this simplifies the consultation process for the NOAA fisheries biologists who have to see these and say, you know, is this EFH, is this not EFH? And then also the project developers can come in a little bit more informed and say, look, we saw that this was EFH, and we just want to make sure that we're not causing any undue harm because of our project. Now, the problem arises with this when you start to focus in on some of those areas where you are going to see a high degree of projects, particularly in well-developed areas that get very complicated further inland. In this case, I'm speaking about the inland EFH mapping, where you have 2 cases here. One is you're going to want to have those higher resolution habitat extents so that you know whether you are actually within EFH or not, because the other possibility, and you can see that in the lower image, that when you have those lower resolution habitat delineations, you get a lot more artifacts that bleed into those areas that aren't necessarily EFH. So you're looking at these compromises versus sacrifices, and you have to know which one do we want to use. For the sake of our project, we really wanted to keep that accuracy. So we decided that high resolution has to be used because that would mean less unneeded consultations for the Southeast region. But how do you do this, and how do you get rid of those compromises that high resolution habitat extents bring? For the longer load times, we decided we're not going to load the layers, right? Now, this is for the sake of the personal computers of those users who can't load those really large and difficult file sizes of all these EFH extents. And then the other issue is those larger file sizes. You can have 10s, 20s, several different EFH species all within the same area, and having a file for each of them that has that high resolution gets unwieldy to keep on servers. So then what did we decide that we would do? Well, there was a certain logic, a certain process behind the GIS technician, Danielle Alvarez, how she was creating those EFH species extents, right? And the coding, which is what I was involved with, would take that logic and sort of translate it into a facsimile of what those certain species extents would be based on just a few files. This was the high-res habitat extents, the salinity bounds, and then the state and regional boundaries, so that we know which species are being protected, what habitat are we in, and what's the salinity that we're working with here that would facilitate those different life stages. So how was this done? The methods that were used for this particular mapping project in my side of things was using the JavaScript and Esri API. Again, we were using GIS spatial layers, so that's why we were using the Esri API. It's all within their private source. But then JavaScript is very open source, has a huge community support, and it gave me as a coder a lot more control over the widget variables and controls, the HTML visuals and functionality, and then those query and outputs that we were giving to the users as, you know, public entities, as those who may not understand completely the inner workings of both the application and the EFH consultation parameters. So speaking about my coding side, I did want to make sure that it's understood that this was part of a bigger portion of the development of this application. And it shouldn't be said that the coding was done within a vacuum. While it was completely possible that we could have made this application on our own, just between the three of us, it was very important that Dr. Leo had brought in these stakeholders to meet with us and give us this feedback consistently throughout the coding and development process, so that then as we were implementing, debugging, and designing the different concepts within this application, we would make sure that it was tailor-made for the stakeholders and then inevitably for the public to use. So what did the coding design look like? There are two main aspects to look at this. There's sort of the back end, or that function logic. Now, this is really where the code would create that individual species concept without having add to the computations of the public user, right? We wouldn't have to add a different species for every layer. We wouldn't have to add the entire layer up to for the user to look at. What we could basically do is say, choose your location, is there EFH, and what can you expect from that EFH? And all of this is done in the background of the computer, while the tool logic, this is much more user-driven, and this is where you really need to get feedback from the users of the application. Because this is the point in time where users are going to be trying out the logic, and they're going to be saying, I want to do it one way. I want to use the latitude and longitude to choose my project area, but then suddenly say, oh, but I was drawing something. Now you have to remove that, right? You have to make sure that you are following along with how users and stakeholders are using your application. Which then leads into the implementation of the code that you just designed. This was very important that I took an iterative approach to this. The project lead, Dr. Leo, had used a sort of Scrum approach. You see it often with software development, where you sort of take an iterative approach and then you receive feedback and you do debugging. So in this case, you do the implementation very iteratively, you go step by step, and then the debugging is sort of a reaction to that iterative step. And you test it as you implement it so that you know where the bugs lie. And then you also know where feedback is best suited and where stakeholders want to put their feedback. Never go with unconsidered uses or never go with unconsidered inputs. Make sure that you are gaining that feedback all the way through the process. So how is the feedback broken down? For stakeholders, they're directly part of the development. In this case, that was the Habitat Conservation Division, where we were meeting regularly with them to test out the different code that we put in, that they could design different concepts. So, because this was really their application. This was for their sort of use through the public as they were receiving these consultations, and then they would give feedback into how their concepts were implemented into the code. And then communication was kept open with them as often as possible. Now with the public, they were brought in more towards a near finished aspect. When we had an alpha and beta testing, And they could be brought in to say, you know, we don't have a direct concept design, but we know that I'm finding an error here. I don't like how this looks. I don't like how this works. But the public won't always give you those very specific concept designs. So you bring them in towards the tail end to sort of make it a tool that is easy for them to use and, you know, that they want to use, because that's what you want. You want to improve that information flow that you're providing to them through this application. So this is what it looks like. This was the finished product. It's up right now. You can just search Inland EFH Mapper, Inland Mapper on Google. It should be one of the first results. And you can see that you can't see the layers, right? And this is for that public user's sake. This is so that personal computers, phones, lower end products can still use this mapper without taking forever to load, get an answer back quickly, and be able to ask for consultations accurately without having to put the burden of high resolution layers on their computers. There's an example of how that high resolution determination works. This is a bridge leading to where I am right now on campus at the Rosenstiel School. And you can see when you click on the water, it tells you that it's open water. It knows that it's open water. It can give you a detailed list of all the species associated with Florida EFH for that open water area. But then if you click on the impermeable structure of the bridge, then it'll tell you, look, there's no EFH here, but still cautiously err on, look, if you need to, please contact your local EFH coordinator for the region, because it is important that we still erred on the side of consultation for conservation sake, rather than for, you know, project sake, right? And so the afterlife of the product was making sure that the coding was all publicly accessible, that the data was all publicly accessible, and then that this could be hosted through an organizational GitHub. That's what we decided on in terms of hosting the code. And then succession of the code, I made sure, you know, good coding design all the way through the practice. There's just very good spacing, well set programming blocks, and then making sure that commented often and that any future generation of programmers that take up the project can add an update to it when needed, and that updates are done regularly, that we always check on the project and we make sure that it is working, because really a project like this tends to have a life well after implementation and publishing. And then we just make sure that there's always some line of feedback from either the public or the stakeholders so that we can keep making improvements on it. And then I do want to speak to that this project was a remote success. We didn't go into this expecting that I would have to work on this remotely, but that happened to be the case. And it was still a success regardless, because a lot of the things that we were using was coding, developing, and meetings that were all able to be done remotely, right? And when we adopted a lot of software development processes that could be translated to this idea remotely. So that was one of the really big parts of this. And then also that we were already using existing data, and that everything, all the tools, the JavaScript, the Esri API were all freely available online. So I want to conclude with a sort of breakdown of what attributed to the success of this project, and hopefully that we could see more of these kind of projects in the future. But we considered what was available first, what was available with the data and what was available with the tools, and then able to sort of find that area where the data could have that marriage with the tools, with the programming, so that we could simplify it and make that very, very easy tool for the public to use. And then we made sure to always involve the stakeholders, despite everything being remote. That really, I felt made it easier to try and meet with people more often and build that application for their use. And by meeting with these stakeholders, we could cycle between my side of the coding and development and then their side of the feedback, and making sure that this project was built towards their end. And then finally, just keeping those avenues open for feedback and improvement. This is really important. We have that open for the public to come meet with us and, you know, to bring that sort of, is it working for them? Is there problems that are popping up? Hopefully there isn't, but, you know, you have to be ready for that because you can't anticipate everything. And then finally are the acknowledgements. So I wanted to thank the NOAA Fisheries Southeast Regional Office Habitat and Conservation Division for funding this effort. And then as well as the NOAA Southeast Fisheries Science Galveston Lab. They were kind enough to host my NERDO experience and bring me onto this project. the MES department and the Rosenstiel School of the University of Miami. And finally, of course, the NOAA Educational Partnership Program for hosting this. And it's very kind of you for hosting me as well.
Thank you so much, Juan, for that great talk. We do have time for a couple of questions. I do see some in the question and answer session, but I'd like to start off by asking one. Juan, for the audience that isn't familiar with the NERTO, could you please explain what that is and how it has benefited your academic career?
Sure. So the NERTO was really a facilitation for me as a student who may have not had any experience working in the NOAA lab before, to gain that chance to meet people from a NOAA office and sort of integrate some of my work and my expertise with their work and their expertise. And it's that combination and marriage of networking as well as getting a project done and having a feel for working with the NOAA project.
Thank you. And I see Chris has posted in the chat what the NERTO is. For those who are curious about it, it stands for the NOAA Experiential Research and Training Opportunity. And all NOAA Cooperative Science Center graduate students are now required to participate in this fantastic opportunity.
Yeah, right. Very good.
We have a question from one of the attendees. It's a technical question.
Okay.
And the question is that, well, you seem to have mentioned using the Java API to code the mapper. If it were possible to write the same code in a different programming language, such as R, where would you start to translate it?
So that is difficult to consider because R is much more of a functional program where JavaScript is a little bit more object oriented. So R, I mean, you use it specifically for a lot of that statistical use, right? You use it for processing a lot of data, where the JavaScript was sort of using SQL database querying for that database use, and then using its functional or object-oriented programming for the tool use of HTML and stylizing the CSS. So it's hard to say how you could use R in this case, but I'm sure you could implement R into that querying side of things. But I'm not sure how you could use it for the sort of stylized side of things.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Juan.
Of course.
The next speaker today is Pamela Lara of the NOAA Cooperative Science Center in Atmospheric Sciences and Meteorology, or NCASM. Pamela is a Ph.D. student at the University of Texas, El Paso, and she'll be speaking about a NERTO experience, an in situ investigation of the single particle soot photometer sensitivity with varying laser power. Pamela?
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen with you guys. Very good. Very good. I hope that you guys are able to hear me well. Very good. So this is a carbon study that I've been working on, and this carbon study has been done using a single particle soot photometer, or SP2, and two photoacoustic extensometers, or PACs. And what I'm going to share with you is my NERTO experience and how I was able to take that NERTO experience and pass it to my own research as a PhD student. This general outline of my talk today is a mirror of what I did on my NERTO and what I'm doing on my PhD research. I'm going to talk a little bit about the project, about the instruments, and about the focus of the work. So my NERTO, this was wonderful experience. I did it last year virtually, of course, because of the COVID, between September and December of 2020. And there I was fortunate enough to be accepted at the Atmospheric Composition and Climate Process Group, ACCP. There I worked with Dr. Joshua Schwartz and Dr. Joseph Katich. And the group itself was working with a campaign project together with NASA. And this campaign was called FireX. And so the group was divided, studying different parts of this FireX campaign together with NASA. Now, my project and the project that I was able to work on while on my NERTO was analyzing data obtained on August 8th of 2019. So the goal of my project was to be the efficiency or study the efficiency of the SP2 instruments in detecting the black carbon particles using different sensitivities on the currents of the laser. Our guiding question was, can we observe all the black carbon particles that enter the instrument? And here I have a little schematic of what is first for Magneto, the single particle soot photometer. That was the main instrument. This instrument measure in situ aerosol. And in this case, the instrument was on board of a NASA DC-8 aircraft. And here on the left, you see sort of a general how the instrument look. In the center, you see a schematic of the function. So how this work, we have the airflow coming as the airplane moves in and out of plumes that comes out of wildfires, and the instrument collect the airflow, take it to a chamber. It has a laser at 1064 nanometers laser, and it pulverizes the particle through incandescence. So as the particle incandesces, we have different monitors checking that. We have a specific two monitor with filters. One we call the blue light, what we call the other one, the red light, and see this incandescence in with respect to time, with respect to the ratio of the incandescence. And here on the far right of the screen, and you see one of the graphs that I was able to produce analyzing this data. And this graph, though simple, it was very important to me. In blue, you see the black carbon mass. Now, the black carbon itself as a particle does not exist pure in the atmosphere, but it comes coating, it comes aggregated to other type of particles. So here you see the black carbon in blue that we collected. The red is just the altitude that the airplane was. This was north of Boise, Idaho. And there in the light blue or magenta color, I don't know what the color is called, you see that the laser was sort of dialed up or down with different changing in currents and milliamp currents. And the idea was to see, are we able to observe in this black carbon when we dial up this current? And we focused the work in three important aspects of analyzing the black carbon. The first graph here, or the small graph there on the left, you see this graph that is showing the number distribution of the amount of particles that we were able to capture using these three different laser currents. We use it at 22, 27, and 3600 milliamperes. So we see a little shift on the red, that is the lowest setting on the laser current. And because it shifts from the main peaks, we can conclude then that at this lower setting of the laser current, we are missing the smaller particles. The other, at the center, you see a graph representation of what we call the BC color ratio. This is a color ratio because, as I mentioned in the beginning, we have a blue light and we have a red light, and then we take a ratio of both peaks. And this ratio is going to help us decide if the particles we are being heated up all the way to evaporation. If it's not, then something's happening. Then the amount of current that is going to analyzing the particle was not sufficient. And there on the far right, we see we are analyzing the coating thickness of the black carbon particle. So as I mentioned, the black carbon is not pure. So if this coating thickness is very thick or not, how that affects the study of the black carbon. Now, the super cool thing is that in my own research here, I was able to take what I learned on my NERTO and apply it, because I am a second-year PhD student at the University of Texas, El Paso, also UTEP. I am part of the Environmental Science and Engineering program in the field of atmospheric physics. My advisor is Dr. Fitzgerald. And my research study is the black carbon, but also brown carbon characterization of these two particles in the El Paso Juarez airshed. So I was able to relate my NERTA with my PhD. So what is the UTEP project? So we have these instruments that we call the photoacoustic extensiometers, or PACs. We have two of them. One is the 405 nanometers PACs. The other one is that A70 nanometers PAC. And our goal is to observe or characterize the black carbon, be able to take from that black carbon the brown carbon, and to see if we can see the amount of black carbon and brown carbon that comes out of wildfires or biomass burning, because the black carbon has different sources, but we want to see the source as it comes of biomass burning in our state or outside the state. Our guiding question is, can we observe these traces of black carbon and brown carbon coming out of the wildfires here in El Paso and Juarez, since we are in the border? And we just did not use, or we not only use the PACs, but we also use other instruments. For example, the climate, which is a particle counter. We use the ceilometer because we want to sort of investigate how the planetary boundary layers and the rising and lower of the planetary boundary layers is affecting the amount of black carbon concentration in the region. And also we use platforms such as the high split to check on the wind path. And so this is a general schematic of the extensiometer. Now, the cool thing is that this instrument is inside of our lab right now. I'm here on the lab at UTEP, and we're connected to the outside through hoses. And what we do is the hoses bring into the PACS chamber the airflow. And the PACS has two chambers. One of the chambers analyze the absorption coefficient as the laser interact with the particle, and the other chamber analyze the scattering response, the scattering coefficient. And our focus work, so here I have 3 graphs for the same day. This is on December 6th of 2020. On the top here on the left, I have the total absorption coefficient, and we studied the absorption coefficient because black carbon, it is very important because absorb the sunlight. That is the reason that we call the black carbon also soot, because it's black, and this absorption is contributing to global warming. On the top, you see the total absorption coefficient coming out of one of the instruments, the PAC 405, and at the bottom, you see also the absorption coefficient, but this time coming of the other PACs, the A70. And though the shapes are very similar, you see that the amounts, this is 1 over length, are very different. And why is because on the 405, inside of this sort of like a total signal, we have embedded what is black carbon and also what is brown carbon. And on the A70 nanometers PACs, all the signals that we see can be attributed to black carbon observation. So doing some mathematical gymnastic, we're able to extrapolate from the 405 signal what is exactly black carbon and what is exactly brown carbon. Here, I put a graph for the same day in the brown carbon. And at the end, we ended up with this kind of graphs. In black, for the same day, you see the net black carbon for that day using the PACS 405. In brown, you see of the signal what it belongs to brown carbon. And then here on the green, we see that of the signal what how the PACS A70 contribute. Because in theory, the black carbon, the amount of black carbon that we observe, well, the absorption coefficient of the black carbon that we observed using the PACS 405 should be around the same as the one that we observed using the A70 nanometers. But of course, you are hitting the particle with different energy. So the green is the A70, the black is the 405. They are not exactly the same because of these energy differences. So in conclusion, I loved my NERTA. I'm so grateful that I was able to be working with such quality, with such high quality of professionals, Dr. Schwartz and Dr. Katic. And the amazing part was, and I'm so grateful that I was able to bring what I learned about black carbon, even though it was other instrument, to my own research because it's also involved black carbon. And I'm grateful for that opportunity. I think that it's going to help me keep growing. I learned several techniques to analyze the data. I learned to use some tools, for example, the iGrow Pro that now I use on my own research. This very specific tool. And here I just want to acknowledge NOAA for the great opportunity that it gave me to do my NERTO. I have grown as a person, I have grown as a PhD student, I have grown also as a professional in the environmental science. And of course to NCASEM, to my mentors in NOAA, and of course my advisor here at UTEP. Here are some of my references, and I'll be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pamela. This is an excellent example of how your NERTO has really contributed as part of your PhD dissertation topic. Reminder to our attendees, if you click on the Q&A icon, you can use that to submit questions to Pamela. So Pamela, I noticed on one of your slides that you're planning on using the high split modeling tool, right? Can you tell us a little bit about how you're going to be using that? Do the soot particles, do they just simply behave as passive tracers when modeled with high split, or do they have some sort of falling, settling, or velocity or deposition characteristics?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. So first, the black carbon is only second to CO2 about affecting the climate change, in this case, global warming. And on the west coast of the United States, we have this huge wildfire season. So not all the wildfires happen here in our region, but that wildfire that happened on the west coast affect the whole globe. So we use a high split to trace the wind path. Did the wind bring all those wildfire plumes from the west coast to Texas? Are these the composition of the plumes that belong to black carbon affecting the atmosphere here in Texas? Now, black carbon is not only a global warming particle, but also affect your health. So through high split, as a tool, we are able to measure those paths, to follow those paths. We do sort of like a backward recreation of the wind to see where it came from, and also a forward recreation of the wind, because the black carbon, unlike the CO2 that stays in the atmosphere for a long period, the black carbon just stays in the atmosphere for weeks. So we have only this amount of time that we can trace where the black carbon is moving. And yeah, it moves through the atmosphere, the lower atmosphere, with the wind. That is the reason that we are using these other instruments, that is the ceilometer, because as the planetary boundary increases or reducing, we can see an increment of the volume or a reduction of the volume that we are observing of black carbon. Did I answer your question?
Oh, yes, great. Thank you. That's a great application of that tool. We have time just for one brief question here. And I'm sure several of us would like to know a little bit more about black and brown carbon, how they're different.
Very good. So black carbon, as I said, is a global warming, or is a particle that is affecting the climate, because there's something very important in the characteristic of black carbon, is that it is absorb the sunlight. That is the reason that is completely black. We call black carbon, or also known as soot. Now, the black carbon is only second to CO2, isn't it? But black carbon is not the only particle that comes out of a wildfire and CO2 that is affecting the global warming, but also brown carbon. Now, when you see a fire, first you will see the black plumes coming out. But then as the fire dies down, and if the fire is not too effective, and you see sort of a smoldering, now the plumes are not black, they are brown. And this coloring, this brown coloring, is because of the brown carbon. That is also a global warming, because like the black carbon, it absorbs the sunlight. And when it absorbs the sunlight, it heats up. And of course, this heat up also the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent explanation. I believe I noticed this at my house yesterday as they were doing a controlled burn in the area, and it looked like it was sunset all day as the sky had an orange hue.
Very
Thank
good.
you so much for that wonderful presentation, Pamela.
My pleasure.
Next, we will hear from Akisha Goen of the NOAA Center for Earth System Sciences and Remote Sensing Technologies. Akisha is a Ph.D. candidate at the City College of New York. The title of Akisha's talk today is A New Framework for Detecting and Forecasting Large-Scale Flood Risk in the U.S. Using Climate Information. Akisha?
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Okay. Thank you, and thank you for having me. So before I go into this new framework, I'm going to get into some stats about floods and the motivation for why we're even working on a new framework for detecting and forecasting floods. So you may have heard some of this earlier, but just in case you missed it, floods are actually becoming more frequent and intense in the US, especially over the past several decades. Unfortunately, more and more people are dying as a result of these extreme flood events. On top of that, you have more of these events crossing the $1 billion mark. So they're becoming more deadly and more costly. And this trend is actually projected to continue as climate projections are showing that we will be experiencing heavier rainfall events and more severe weather events. Now, how these floods are occurring actually varies greatly across the country. As you see here, the Northeast has quite a number of these floods. You also have the Southwest portion of the US, Texas. There's other areas sprinkled through in there. We know that recently Tennessee, unfortunately, had that large flood event. So this is ever changing, especially as we experience climate changes. So it's important to understand the distribution and the frequency also for flood risk management purposes. So how they're even predicted or mapped in the first place. So in the top left here, this is one of the common ways that we'll get a forecast. You'll get an alert on your phone, like, hey, flood flash warning or flood warning, flood watch. And that's within a few hours over the course of the day. Then you have the other end of the spectrum, which is the bottom left, way into the future. So 2050, 2100, as you see here, projections. But oftentimes the one that we see a lot is this one on the right, which is like this flood zone, flood plain style of map, often from FEMA. This is used for flood insurance and flood risk management. And often you might see it maybe at a state scale, mostly county scale. These type of maps are very common. Now, depending on your goals and what you are trying to forecast or understand, of course, each one of these predictions or risk maps have their place. There's benefits, of course, challenges to each, but for the most part, a lot of these maps are locally developed. So the focus just on that river or that stream in that location. And of course, if you see here, this is a map from FEMA and the other maps we just saw, there's this in and out kind of designation. So if you're in a county and it's red on the map and you live at the border in the neighboring county and you're like, well, I'm right here. Like I live right across the street, but I'm not a flood zone, you know, because you just didn't make the cuts for that borderline, how the county is broken up. So it can go the reverse way too. We can show that you don't have maybe flood risk and maybe you should be designated as a flood risk area. Then on top of that, again, with the locally developed models, sometimes there'll be missing information if there was no flood risk review there in the case of FEMA. So that's why you have gaps here. And then when they do have the information, it's kind of just pieced together to then put together this whole nationwide type of map. On top of that, climate changes are not really considered because of the time frames that you saw. Either it's like within a few hours, or if it is considered, it's way, way, way into the future. So there's that missing gap for like, what can we do right now? While we do have that long-term planning for climate changes for 2050 and 2100, what can stakeholders do in the short term to mitigate these impacts from these extreme floods that we're predicted to see an increase in? So that's where the motivation came for this new framework. So what we aim to do here is, yes, we're still considering the individual stream flow information, the historical information, but instead of considering them individually, we want to see how they behave simultaneously. So we're trying to classify simultaneous flood events and use that as a way to forecast regional scale events. So in that way, you still have that regional view, but you're not restricted to this in or out, because each river, haha, that's like a hybrid of stream and river. I'm inventing new words here. But that's the information for the stream or the river is relevant for the drainage area for that region. So that's what we're aiming to do here, is try to leverage like patterns that we see when these floods occur at the same time. Now we're classifying these under this compound flood index. That's the name that we gave it, and open to suggestions, but that's where we're at right now. So the compound flood index, the CFI, is just the total number of these simultaneous flood events that the region, or the region that you're studying rather, is going to experience, but within a next season. So it's in between, not right now within a few hours and not 50 years from now, but what can you tell us if you know the conditions for this winter and use that information to predict the conditions for spring? So that's the idea here, is to use these compound events as your input for the forecast. So to demonstrate this and to apply and see if this even is reasonable, we look at HUC 2, and there we have 55 stations available. There's more, but these are the stations that start from 1955. And more importantly, these are unmodified streams and rivers. So there's no dam or man-made structures there, because we want to explain these changes based on climate information and don't want interference from like dam management or something like that. So overview of how this works. Now, say your season that you care about is January through March. Now, typically, as I explained before, each of these stations, you would just look at them individually and see, okay, this one had 4 floods during that time, this one had 3, this one had 10, so on and so forth, right? But what we're proposing with this compound flood event is how many flooded on the same day or at the same time. So for example, you have day 1, you have 2 that flooded here, 6 that flooded here, 4 that flooded here. But the CFI also takes into account how many flooding at the same time is a significant number, right? Because, okay, if you have 2, 6, 4, like how do you know how many flooding at the same time is actually something that can be explained? It didn't happen by chance. So that's what we're considering, these spatial extreme events. And for example, let's just say it's 3 or more. So those days that have 3 or more flooded stations are significant, and those would be counted into the CFI. So calculating a CFI, you would take your stream flow data for each of your stations, and you just need to determine if a flood even occurred there. So that's the benefit of this, is that you don't need to go in person per se immediately. Of course, there's some validation that needs to be done, but for the most part, data-driven approach. So you just determine from your time series if there was a flood. You can classify. What we did is we used the 99th percentile of the stream flow, and anything that exceeded that, we designated as a flood. Once you know when a flood occurred at each station, then you go ahead and see how many flooded on a given day. Then, as I just mentioned, you then can run some type of test. We use binomial PDF and ran some experiments to see what number of stations flooding was significant. In our case, it was 3 or more. And then you total those up to get your compound flood index value. So for HUC2, for the whole year, there were actually over 1,900 of these simultaneous floods. And for the dominant season, when we did the climatology, if you see here from January to May, with a peak in March, there were over 1,200 of these simultaneous events. And then when we look at the time series, we don't necessarily see an obvious increasing or decreasing trend in the number of these compound events, but we do see some peaks here. And that's what we're aiming to explain now using that climate information. So just to look into what we're doing for the predictors. So we took the CFIs and we correlated them with sea surface temperatures and known climate predictors, right? Climate indices. And we were able to see that there was some that stood out. We have this dipole moment occurring here, and then also some possible PDO influence there, some SSTs off the southeast of Florida, and then of course, Nino 1-2. And the idea is to now take this information, the climate information, your CFIs, and make a prediction. So we did that. This is a preview of what we're aiming to do with these predictions. And we use KNN, nearest neighbors here. And the idea is to have a prediction that not only is in the right direction, which is if we say there's going to be a lot of these CFI events in the spring, then what actually occurred were there were a lot, and vice versa. If we say there weren't going to be a lot, and then what actually happened was, you know, there weren't a lot, like below the mean or median, that's the right direction. But most importantly is the regret score. And that is, we want to make sure if we predict that there are going to be a lot of these events, that that's what actually happens, because we want flood managers and stakeholders to be able to take our forecast and take some action to prepare them for the upcoming season. So we don't want to say, no, you're not going to have a lot, and then they end up having a lot of these events. We would regret that. So that's why we're saying regret score. And this is just a little demonstration. So the observed is the red boxes, and our predictions are the larger boxes here, and this one's shaded. So we have observed that fell within our prediction, so we don't have a regret there. But here we said, hey, you're gonna have a lot of these events, and in actuality, there weren't many. It was below the median. So this is something that we regret, and these are the type of things we want to avoid with the forecast. But otherwise, yep, this is just an introduction to a new way to view floods, and actually we're able to classify them from this simultaneous perspective. And based on the model that we're using so far, we have some promising results that we're able to actually predict the number of these events for the upcoming season. And with that, thank you so much to NOAA assessors, my advisor, Naresh Devanini, and of course my NOAA mentor, Tom Smith. And yeah, that is it. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Akeisha, for talking about that wonderful work. In the chat box, Jen Leo wants to know which area had over 4,000 flooding events.
Oh, which station or which part? Mm-hmm. That's a good question. So that's something else we're also doing, is trying to do like a frequency of which stations are the ones that keep popping up. So we're playing around with some maps up there, but for the most part, the ones that seem to have a lot are more towards the northern part of that HUC2 region.
Do you have any plans on extending this analysis to other regions?
Absolutely, yes. So we wanted to show proof of concept to see if there was even anything to this simultaneous occurrence. And yes, we've already worked on HUC 1, which is the rest of the northeastern US, and we're looking to extend it to the whole entire US.
Well, I look forward to seeing the results in the Southeast. Thank you so much, Nikki. So the final student speaker today is Brianna Ramirez of the NOAA Cooperative Science Center in Atmospheric Sciences and Meteorology, also UCASN. Brianna is a master's student at San Diego State University. Today, Brianna will be talking about hybrid gridding for reconstructing maximum temperatures over California on a 1/10th degree resolution grid. Brianna?
Hello, everyone. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay. I'm guessing you all are looking at the screen. Perfect. Okay, well, thank you for joining us for the annual NOAA EEP MSI Education and Science Forum. As I was introduced, my name is Brianna Ramirez. I am in the cohort 4 NCAS M. I'm studying my MS in statistics at SDSU right now. This is the project that I completed during my NERDO experience at the NWS office of San Diego under the guidance of Alexander Tardy. Let's go ahead and go on to some research overview. So my project was really technical. I'm kind of more of a data scientist than a meteorologist or anything like that, but I did get some really good background and interpretation behind this project, especially things surrounding Santa Ana events. That's kind of my focus on the temperature reconstruction. So our main goal was to create a full temporal field throughout the interpolated days in order to show the maximum temperature variance present during major Santa Ana events. One of our objectives was to generate a 1/10 latitude longitude gridded data set of daily maximum temperatures over California for most historical major Santa Ana events. We're doing this interpolation dating back all the way to 1895 using a hybrid method for interpolation. So eventually, once this research is fully completed, we will have a 110-year span video of California's daily maximum temperatures. So then you'll be able to really see the maximum temperature variation and look at trends and stuff like that. With the completion of this project, climate scientists will be able to visualize a full temporal and spatial field over California of temperature anomalies surrounding historical Santa Ana events. And here in California, it's an anomaly that plagues us yearly, and they do happen to be getting more severe as the years go by. So viewing and understanding historical climate data will be extremely beneficial for those climate scientists trying to determine the temperature trends over historical time periods. This type of work helps us understand the maximum temperature distribution throughout history in California, which can influence many climate-related policy decisions here. Okay, so data and methodology. I had to do a lot of coding myself for this project. It was quite tedious, but I did get through it. And now I just have a few more things to iron it out before I apply this algorithm to my master file that dates that 110-year span. But the data that we used in this project was collected from the Global Historical Climatology Network Daily Summaries, which is a database of daily climate records from numerous sources that have been integrated and subjected to a common suite of quality assurance. The spatial coverage of these daily summaries is global, and it is collected from over 180 countries and territories. The GHCN data collects on numerous variables such as maximum, minimum, and average temperatures, also a lot of precipitation, snowfall, stuff like that, and a lot of different attributes that are associated with these numerical values. Many stations do not collect all of the named variables. However, if a station resides within the same network, it can be assumed to collect similar variables. In my study, the station data that was used for interpolation and the error analysis that we ran with my gridded data sets was collected from the US Cooperative Network, the US Interagency Remote Automatic Weather Network, known as RAWS, and the Weather Bureau Army Navy Identification Network. Upon investigating the documentation of these networks, everything is kept in very wildly different formats. So I did have to, really read into the documentation of these data sets. I began the basic extraction of the station data for all the stations located within the California state borders. Then further extracted stations who only collected daily maximum temperatures. And in order to compile the 1,500 California station data sets, I was able to create an algorithm that compiled all of this data into one master file. This master file contains close to 2 million daily records and includes station records dating back all the way to 1860. And that's the reason why our final gridded product is going to be interpolated between 1895 and 2005, because everything, all the data before 1895, it's really, really scarce. And even in like the early 1900s, we're going to have like really wild estimations for maximum temperature, because we're going to be estimating really hard, like interpolating like uninterpolated data, So it does, have a grain of salt when you're going back to those like really early dates. For today's presentation, we only utilized the data gathered from October 2003. This was a major Santa Ana event that happened in California. We chose this one because it was preceded within an extreme heat wave. So we wanted to observe our final gridded product looking at this heat wave that preceded this Santa Ana event. This visual that you see is depicting the 1,500 stations that are used in this study. A little more on the methodology of this. Our method for interpolation is called the hybrid method and is a blend of two simpler methods, namely inverse distance weighting and nearest station assignment. IDW is calculated by collecting daily maximum temperature data from all of the stations within a 50-kilometer radius from each of those grid points that you saw on the last slide. So once you collect all of that data that's within a 50-kilometer radius, we then interpolate it to each grid point by this really complicated IDW formula, which uses the daily station data, the Euclidean distance between the station and each grid point, and then we just sum it up and basically raise it to the negative first power in order to get an IDW calculation for each grid point on each day. So basically, we are breaking up California's grid into a 1/10 degree latitude longitude grid, and then interpolating for every single point every single day. This, as you can imagine, takes a huge amount of computing power, and that's actually one of the things we've been trying to wrestle with, trying to optimize some of my algorithms so then we can apply it to the 100-year span and actually get like a live movie of maximum temperature variations to go on. A little more about IDW. It is a smoothing technique which allows us to calculate the monthly total of a grid point from each daily station. The nearest station assignment, the NSA method of interpolation, assigns the nearest temperature maximum value to that grid point. The NSA gridded product is a high resolution temperature maximum grid following all of the spatial patterns that are present in our observations. Estimates though from the NSA method tend to be a little bit, rough because the nearest station may not be within 100 kilometers of that grid point, or in California it has vastly different terrains. So you could be estimating for a grid point that's, nowhere close to that actual temperatures that are happening there. So the hybrid method is a blend of IDW and NSA, and the main function of the hybrid equation is to distribute the monthly total maximum temperatures obtained by IDW to the daily maximum temperatures dictated by the station data. Basically, overall, IDW overly smooths the spatial distribution of max temperatures, NSA roughens the spatial distribution, and the hybrid method allows NSA to update the IDW calculation and creates a really good middle ground that considers the monthly trends as well as the nearest station. My gridded products for all show a full temporal field over California. This picture is for October 21st of 2003 and was reported to have the highest average maximum temperatures. So it shows the maximum temperature distribution the best. We can see that the IDW up here smoothens out the observational values, especially in the Southern California region, where you have a lot of stations going into that data. NSA has a really rigid distribution. So, these areas where you're not collecting too much data, that's really not accurate, because look at how little stations we have over there. And those little stations are estimating this huge amount of area, especially in the Central Valley region. And then finally, we have our hybrid method right here, which is the IDW that's adjusted by the NSA. And we do get a more complete idea of the temporal variance that can happen in different parts of California's terrain. So this is the hybrid product for October 2003. I'll go ahead and play it. It captures the monthly variation in station sparse areas and provides a more complete field over temperature maximum in these areas over other methods. Overall, we do see the hybrid data set catching small nuances that were not picked up by the rough NSA method or the overly smoothed IDW method. We did have some challenges and issues that went along with this project. As I said, my IDW calculation, it wasn't exactly optimized for such large computing. We're trying to run this for 100 years, and this 1 month span took about 2 hours to run with the algorithms I created. Unfortunately, I am not a data scientist, but I have been working with a few great people from the SDSU Climate Informatics Lab, and they're helping me iron out some of my algorithms I created for this study. I have explored the ideas of using multi-layered pipelines for computing the IDW calculation. I think that's the one that's kind of slowing everything down. So I do need to revisit that before applying it to that master data set. Another thing that we were going to consider when we optimize all of our methods is that we might use a distance measure that considers elevation, because California has vastly different terrains, and we have lots of mountains here if you've ever visited. And so having a distance measure that considers elevation as well as the direct mileage between each grid point and the station, I think would make our measurements much more accurate because of the elevation changes that could happen. In the coming future, I will continue to work with the climate professionals at the NWS office of San Diego in order to further this research to the entire master file, which will eventually produce a full temporal field of California between the years of 1895 and 2005. I'd like to thank the National Weather Service of San Diego, more specifically Alexander Tardy, for his inspiration and continuous support in this project. I would also like to give a special acknowledgement to my advisor, Dr. Samuel Shen, and his continued guidance and advice on completing this research. Lastly, a special thanks to SDSU Climate Informatics Lab for their assistance in different areas of this project. And of course, thank you to everyone associated with NOAA and CAS-M. I learned so much from my NERDO experience, and I feel like I've really grown as a data science professional because of this project. Thank you for listening. With that, are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Brianna. That's a great tool it looks like you're developing. There was a question wanting some clarification on how the weighting for the distance between the station and your interpolate grid point is used in your methodology. I believe that's in your inverse distance weighting function, but it looks like there are two methods being used. Is it used in the nearest neighbor approach as well?
So our inverse distance weighting, so we do end up weighting the different, because we're summing over that 50-kilometer grid. What happens with the weights is we're attaching weights by the Euclidean distance. So if a station happens to be super close to a grid, that's going to have a really heavy weight. And so I know I didn't put the equations up. I got some advice and they told me not to, and they were like, you're gonna get way too much into the math if you put the equations up. But in those equations, the nearer stations, the stations with the least distance between each grid point, they do get higher weights. So they are gonna be like the leading contenders that make the grid point Tmax value, at least for that IDW calculation. When we combine it with the NSA though, the near station assignment, it does almost like, I don't know, lessen the weight from the IDW because, you know, we are trying to look and consider the monthly variation, which is solely picked up in the station data itself. So we do kind of re-roughen our spatial distribution with the NSA because the IDW like really smoothens it down because it considers so many stations for one grid point.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And there's no other questions. So thank you, Brianna. This concludes the invited student talks for today. We look forward to hearing from more students and alumni tomorrow. I believe that now there will be some poll questions posted as we transition to the student workshop.
Thank you, Dr. Murray, and thank you, scholars. I mean, how enlightening. I'm excited about this next generation of scholars that are coming along. You're going to be changing the world as far as environment is concerned. Poll questions are coming up. We need your feedback so that you can do that. And as these poll questions are coming up, I just want to encourage everyone to make sure you tune in. You know, it's known as TGIF, but that's not the regular TGIF. I need you to tune in tomorrow for some great information Friday. So if you would, go ahead and do our poll for us. We have some great talks coming up tomorrow. Artificial intelligence, cloud computing, uncrewed systems, omics and ecological forecasting. Plus, we have some great presenters. They are alumnus of these various programs. So we look forward, and Ms. Carmen Cummings is coming back to you with some closing remarks, and I need you to go ahead and complete that survey for me. And look, stay tuned. We have a student workshop coming up.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Kelly, for all you do. And thanks again to Dr. Stephen Murray for leading the charge on the most recent panel discussion. I'd like to thank all of our esteemed panelists today and to the Florida A&M University team, especially Dr. Kelly, Dr. Abazinga, Dr. Pitter, also to Michael Simmons, to Ms. Cynthia Henry, to Stephen Bonda, and to the entire FAMU team, Director of Communications Keith Miles and Andrew Scarrett, and of course to all of the students. They have been ablaze in the chat box today with kudos galore on all of the panel discussions and sessions and all that they have gleaned from our expert panelists. And of course, to our host, Dr. Larry Robinson. I am Carmen Cummings, a proud graduate of the FAMU School of Journalism. I'm a former television news anchor and senior investigative reporter. And as I sometimes say, Thankfully, nothing to probe today, only grateful and humbled to help serve in the capacity to help navigate your afternoon and support the mission of nurturing future leaders in STEM. And at this time, we are going to transition into the Student Professional Development Workshop. And here again is a familiar face, our very own Rattler, Dr. Natasha White, for the introduction of the keynote speaker.
Thanks again, Carmen, for that introduction. It is my pleasure to introduce you to our Student Professional Development Workshop leader, Dr. Dion Hoskins Brown. Dr. Hoskins Brown is a scientist and educator who works for NOAA's Fisheries Service and is a scientist on loan to Savannah State University. Dr. Hoskins Brown understands that the key to addressing our most pressing coastal issues relies on having a spectrum of stakeholders and a diverse talent pool who can work together to generate the scientific information we need to make sound decisions. She believes in scholarship, mentorship, and service. Her long-term research on fish habitat and passion for coastal African American history has created a new research path for examining the potential impact of sea level rise on Gullah Geechee communities. Using predictive models of tidal inundation and maps of historic communities, she and her students are working to create impact scenarios that can assist the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor with their advocacy and management. Dr. Hoskins Brown holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Marine Biology from Savannah State University and a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Marine Sciences from the University of South Carolina. Without further ado, Dr. Hoskins Brown.
Thank you so much, Natasha. I appreciate your generous introduction. And I'm happy to be on this meeting with 157 people who understand the value of the Educational Partnership Program that is provided by NOAA's Office of Education. I appreciate the invitation to be able to provide some guidance for students. And I'm also painfully aware that I am the very last talk in a very long day. So it's my goal to be engaging and to provide some information that I believe will be helpful. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. All right, here we go. Pardon me. So this workshop is focused on how to get the NOAA mentor that you need and how to retain the mentor and the mentoring relationship. You've probably had a lot of discussion and heard NOAA scientists talk about their interest and their willingness to provide guidance for students. And you've probably heard people give testimony about the value of those relationships. But I want to take a step back and talk about how do we build those relationships? So usually when we're talking about mentorship, we are focusing on testimonials of individuals like I just mentioned, those who talk about how having a mentor has fostered growth and success in their career, and mentors who talked about seeing that growth in a mentee. But knowing how to get a mentor is a really important skill. It's easy to find a mentor. When students come to me or students talk with me about their interests, I tell them, go to NOAA.gov. You can find individuals who are doing work across the country at the different science centers and regional offices at headquarters. You can find the NOAA personnel who are doing what you want to do. And many NOAA personnel really enjoy the satisfaction that comes from mentoring students. So there are many folks who are already predisposed to say yes, or at least maybe when you contact them. And you'll see this list of requirements for the LMR CSC. They are, pretty much like the requirements at all of the cooperative science centers. And what I have in bold and in large letters is that one piece that's really important. That is the basis of this workshop, and that is everyone has to have a NOAA mentor. You need a NOAA mentor as part of your student development plan. And so how exactly do you make that happen in the most productive way? So let's think about the mentoring roles. So there are the traditional roles that we're used to. I know a scientist who's hosting a student for an internship. I know a scientist who's hosting a graduate student for a NERDO, or who's mentoring a postdoc, or maybe I know a scientist who's serving on a committee as a committee member. But there are also more informal, infrequent roles that are just as valuable, like just being a professional mentor, being a NOAA professional that you can contact and ask, hey, I'm having some trouble in USA jobs. Where can I find a resource to help me? Or how do I decide what kind of NOAA career I'm interested in? There are several positions that I find attractive and they go in different directions. The same thing may occur with if you apply for a canals and you're in the process of deciding, okay, what direction do I want to go in? Having someone that you can talk to who's familiar with the agency and who's familiar with your skills is very valuable. And those have increasing levels of time commitment on your part and the part of the mentor. So here's the problem. How do you make the connection that fosters the commitment that you're looking for? So I have 20 years of experience that I'm going to throw in on this conversation, but I also did a survey of some NOAA scientists just 2 weeks ago to get some fresh information that can be shared with you. And all of the information that I got, all of the guidance and advice based on their experience working with students and working with EPP students yielded 3 main categories of things to do. So let's start before the contact even happens. Be resume and virtually ready. If any of the students are present, and I hope they are, from the Living Marine Resources Cooperative Science Center, they heard this advice from Natalie Huff from the office of the EEO office on yesterday at the LINC conference offered by the Northeast Fisheries Science Center. Be resume and virtually ready. That means have your resume polished, have it looked over by a friend, a colleague, or an advisor, have your grades in order, and refine your initial email. For example, by all means, use Grammarly. Be thoughtful about how you've put it together. Have completed an inventory of your preparation and your coursework. And so as you're talking to an individual about what you're interested in, they may ask, well, have you taken this course or another course that would prepare you for the work that you would be doing with them? The other thing that's valuable to do is if you can obtain a recommendation from a trusted NOAA colleague or get an e-introduction from one NOAA colleague to another, that does a lot to help, frame the conversation that you're going to have with that individual. Take stock of what you have to offer. What is your diversity of experiences? What is the diversity of your coursework? How do your higher level electives contribute to what you're able to bring to the topic? What is your preparation, previous internships, progress that you've made on a thesis or dissertation? And then finally, very important, NOAA has many public-facing documents that can give you a lot of information about the work that you were trying to do. These are stock assessments, strategic plans, annual guidance documents, all associated with the different line offices in which the agency has laid out what its priorities are. So don't make your first contact an educational exercise for you where you're expecting that individual to tell you everything you need to know about what NOAA is doing. Try to be as informed and abreast of what's happening in the area that you are interested in as you can, so that you can advance the conversation when you make that contact. So now you make the contact. I have a general rule of thumb, and this is aligned with the kind of time commitment that is associated with being something as simple as a professional mentor to being someone who's gonna serve on your committee. The greater time commitment that you're looking for from your NOAA mentor, the earlier you need to reach out and start building that relationship. And that means be timely. Don't wait until it's April before the summer that you need to find a required internship or before you need to do your NERDO to start looking around for folks who can help shape your work. That is something that you should be thinking of as soon as you become an EPP student, as soon as you get an EPP scholarship, as soon as you are a CSC student, fellow, intern, you should be looking around to see, okay, who in NOAA is doing what I want to do or has the tools to be able to ask the questions that I want to be able to ask. Next, give a good interview. And the interview isn't the same as it used to be. It's not even the same as it was prior to the pandemic. Your interview starts with the resume that you attach to your email when you introduce that person. Your interview is part of the email, the language you use, how succinct you are in how you're communicating with that person, or what you say or how you approach someone in GChat. A lot of NOAA professionals use GChat a lot. How do you show up in that virtual meeting? You know, what are all of the things that contribute to the first impression that that person's going to be getting for you, that they're going to call that interview? And I thought that was a really interesting concept because the scientists who suggested give a good interview really talked about the ways that they saw all of those interactions as being part of the interview. And of course, there is that potential for a phone call that folds into that process. Be upbeat, be brief, and be to the point. Now, there are folks who want to know all of the background behind your thesis proposal research or the justification behind your dissertation or why you got interested in marine science. Some people want to know that background information, but not everybody wants to know it in the first email. So an introductory email that's a long tome, you know, a long essay of all kinds of information, sometimes makes it difficult for that person to know, what do you need? When do you need it? How can I help? So in your initial communication, be upbeat, be brief, and be to the point. Show passion and curiosity and the desire to learn. And that's important throughout your process, not just the initial communication. Now, communication. This is what I mean about being upbeat, being brief and to the point. Be very specific about what you need and when you need it. If you need a NERDO in 2 months, then go on and communicate that. If you're looking for someone to participate as part of your committee and you're looking to write your proposal by the end of the semester or the beginning of the next semester, then convey that. But be very clear about what it is you need and what kind of timeline that you're working on. It's great if you're not on an abbreviated timeline, but if you are, go on and convey that. And also convey what you bring to the table. What is it that you bring to the branch or the unit or the office or the division, wherever it is that individual is situated? What is it that you bring to their team that in exchange for what they will be offering to you, you'll be able to enhance what they're doing? And be very, very clear about that. If you're very good at SQL or R, say that. If you already know, if you've already taken GIS, say that. If you're terrific at taxonomy, that's fine. If you haven't had those skills, but maybe you have some other strong soft skills, like you're highly communicative, you work well in a team, you enjoy field work, you know, convey whatever it is that you have that is a strength, even if it might not be what other people bring. The other thing is that you shouldn't assume that the message has been received. So as you're communicating very clearly about what it is that you are looking for, what it is you need, what timeline you're working on, make sure before you leave that email exchange or that initial conversation that there's an understanding of why you reached out and what you're looking for, so that they are properly considering and receiving what you've put out there. So now, one of the things that I didn't mention in a previous slide, but that I did want to communicate is that, you know, a lot of professionals love the idea of supporting and encouraging new talent. I mean, that's the reason for this whole conference that we're at now, is really supporting and growing talent. And that is definitely a part of something that NOAA professionals like to do. But here's a really important thing that I see that sometimes students miss, junior students miss in their interactions with NOAA personnel. And that is like, unlike universities, most NOAA offices do not have education as a primary mission. It's a complementary mission. It complements the work that they're already doing, but it's not a central piece of it. Of course, there are offices where that's true. The Sea Grant Office, the Office of Education. There are offices for which that is true, but for the most part, it is something that people add on to their professional duties because of their personal commitment, because of the virtue of mentoring, and because they've been engaged and encouraged and stimulated by a student who's reached out to them. So for that reason, positive professional interactions are really important to a successful mentoring relationship. So once you get that going, the next step is, how do you keep them? How do you keep that mentor? So I have this photograph of one of my former students, First Lieutenant Chelsea Parrish. She's in the NOAA Corps. I'm very proud of her. She just got selected for flight school. She is an LMR CSC master's graduate, and she maintains contact. And she puts a lot of energy into it. And one of the things that she did recently that I thought was really effective was that in her place, having gone to an HBCU, it was really important to her to assist NOAA Corps with their recruiting efforts, because there had been conversations that they weren't experiencing the success that they wanted to experience in the HBCU environment. And when they started saying the schools that they were recruiting at, she thought, well, those are not the schools who are generating the degrees that you're looking for. And so she said, I need to help with this issue. I don't exactly know how to do it. And she reached out to me and she said, okay, how do I have this conversation? She did an analysis of all HBCUs. She looked at the degrees and top graduates, and she put together a recruitment presentation that she sent me for us to collaborate on. And it was extremely helpful for her in the environment and the leadership that she was sharing it with. But it's part of what reinforces our mentor-mentee relationship is not just that she's a nice person, not just that when she stops by, when she's in Savannah, she'll try to reach out and contact me. It's not just that she keeps me aware of what's going on in her life, like getting into flight school or reaching back to get other LMR CSC students on the Oregon 2 and involved in the work that she's doing, but it's because she was conspiring to do good. She's trying to do good, and she reached out for some partnership. There are lots of other ways to maintain a mentoring relationship, but I thought that one was kind of unique and that I would share it. So here's the thing about mentors, pardon me. They are motivated when they feel like their time is well spent. It's not a secret that the NOAA workforce has shrunk in the past decades, and that means many people are doing more work than they were doing before. So in that case, that means that taking on a project is another thing in the things that they need to do that is not a primary mission task, but a complementary mission task. It's really important to meet your mentor halfway in all parts of the relationship and all parts of the work. This doesn't mean that everything is going to go perfectly. It does mean that they are part of the process where they are witnessing your growth as a professional, and they're seeing opportunities for improvement in the work that they're doing because they're able to see things through your eyes. Mentors understand that the demands of a degree program are great, particularly now in a quarantine environment. They understand the value of work-life balance. So fewer likely demand an all or nothing commitment where if I'm not getting everything from you all the time, then I'm not going to participate in this activity. But it's important that your work with your mentor and your time commitment honor the opportunity that you're being provided. And I'm not saying that to say that this is not what our students are doing. We have extraordinary students that are associated with the Educational Partnership Program. I have witnessed it over 20 years. So I am not saying this to say that it's not true. I am simply reminding us that in the cases sometimes when we are not being our best selves, that impacts our mentoring relationship. And so it's important to put in the work, put in the time, be intrinsically motivated. But you know what? If you hit a challenge, if you hit a wall, don't ghost us because your workload has overwhelmed you. Don't ghost us because it's homecoming and you don't want to respond at this time. Don't ghost us because your proposal defense is going to be soon and you're focusing on that. Communicate. We have challenges that we face as well. Mentors get sick, mentors experience loss, mentors experience overwhelm, and they make mistakes. More than one mentor mentioned to me the idea of motivation. So let's say we're all humans in this mentoring relationship. And sometimes the same processes that affect your productivity, that affect your contribution, affect the mentors. Be compassionate. Like I said, we get sick, we have loss, we experience overwhelm, we make mistakes. And if you have intrinsic motivation, you have the ability to move on and proceed in that period and not be driven only by positive reinforcement. I will share with you that I had a conversation with a student not too long ago, and they were being challenged by the quarantine environment. Everything's virtual. And for students who are extrinsically motivated, that's kind of a challenge because they're used to that positive feedback, going back and forth between individuals, and that reinforcement doesn't feel or the same way or have the same impact in this virtual environment. And I was noticing in some interactions, not just with this student, but with someone else, that it was difficult for them to be motivated, even though they typically were intrinsically motivated. And part of it was because this person had a bit of an addiction to the positive reinforcement. They were used to the positive success, the encouragement, and that's kind of lacking in this pandemic environment. So I just want to acknowledge that at this time, when we're sheltering and we're seeing each other with virtual backgrounds, that those things exist, that they're important, and it's all the more reason that we have to be communicative one with another. So another word that came up when I was talking to these senior scientists was to be attractive. And I thought, oh man, that is such a strange term to be using in a D&I space. But of course, they qualified that what they meant was that when you're reaching out to be part of a team or to engage a mentor, that it's important to be an attractive team member, someone that they want to bring on board, someone that they want to engage. And that is part of what is fed by the first impression, but it's also fed by the ability to communicate and convey what you bring to the table. The other thing that is a part of being attractive is being prepared and reliant, having overall soft skills. So let's just look at this figure in general. I've mentioned being a team player and having someone that is attractive to join the team, the division, the unit, the office that you may be trying to connect to, and having communication skills. But these other skills that I'm sure you've seen in other settings are equally important. Being confident, showing leadership, being accountable when you've made a mistake or when you are wrong, hitting a problem and trying to solve it. You may not succeed in solving it, but taking the initiative and trying to solve it. Managing your time and being resilient. you get sick, things happen, you get overwhelmed. But being able to practice these different skills in this figure help keep a mentoring relationship alive. So here's another thought that I don't know if folks have been thinking about in mentoring relationships in as much as they've been thinking about them in our overall society. And that is that it's of value to have a D&I mindset to your mentoring relationship. Years ago, there was this heavy emphasis on mentors being present that reflected the diversity of students that we were trying to bring into the agency, into STEM in general in our nation. And that was a big deal. I think that where we are now in our diversity and inclusion is understanding that we can benefit from similarities and differences in our mentoring and professional relationships. And so take that into your interaction with your mentors, that, okay, some of these differences are not just differences that convey they're not going to understand me. And it is true, they may not understand you. This is why it's important to be able to communicate. But some of those differences will be extraordinarily helpful. Some of the similarities will help you bond in such a way so that when there are difficult periods, there is that part of the relationship that has authenticity and genuineness to it. I had a friend who was frustrated last semester about a student who wasn't inclusive on a project in the way that they should have been. And in the case of this student, the student was doing a new project and it was built upon all the projects that had been done in the lab prior to then. And the student didn't include that as any of the introduction to why they were pursuing their project and why they were pursuing it in a particular way. And there was one of my friends who saw this happening and was extremely offended by it because she saw it as a discourtesy to all the people who had contributed to the cumulative question. And there are lots of opportunities for us to miss the mark on courtesy. But I encourage you, where you have the opportunity, try to practice courtesy, try to practice compassion, try to be thoughtful and inclusive. It is really, really difficult to heal relationships when people think that they have not been treated respectfully in the workplace. And this is in terms of their effort and also their time and their humanity and their contributions. So now here's the hardest part, and this is why I saved it for just about the end. You have to be able to have hard conversations. And you cannot have hard conversations unless you are emotionally intelligent. You have to be able to sit in a situation and be aware of your emotions, be aware of the situation, and manage it with restraint and intelligence. And if you're able to build emotional intelligence, even in a challenging situation, even when you've been wronged or been mistreated or something unfair has occurred, it will help you have and survive and benefit from a hard conversation. Sometimes the hard conversation will be about you. It'll be about your performance. It'll be about expectations that were not met. Sometimes the conversation needs to be about the mentor, where they haven't been thoughtful, they haven't been courteous, they haven't been compassionate. But if you can have the conversation, generate the emotional intelligence and also the courage, because it takes a lot of professional courage, because mentoring relationships do not have even distributions of power. The power is weighted with the mentor. So having the ability to sit down and have the courage to have that conversation, survive it, not leave so bruised, so damaged, so offended, so angry, so disappointed, so discouraged that you can't come back to that relationship. That's an important skill, because if you can survive it, you can take some time and you can come back to what is the benefit of this conversation. It could be that, you know what, I chose the wrong mentor and this is not a mentor for me. That could be part of the hard conversation. It could be learning that about that. Or it could be something about skills that need to be developed or courtesies that have not been extended. Lastly, you have to be willing to hear and respond to constructive criticism. I should have put constructive there, because if you Google criticism, some people say, oh, criticism is not helpful, you need feedback. I say constructive criticism is feedback. Getting that criticism, even when it may be pointed, even when you don't appreciate it, still may be extremely helpful for you. And criticism does not equal disinvestment. Just because someone has conveyed that they're not happy with where the team is in a project, or they're not happy with your contribution at that time, or the quality of the work, or the time that you're committing, or anything, whatever that feedback may be, just because you're getting that feedback doesn't mean that a mentor is going to throw you in the trash. They may, but more than likely, they are conveying their feelings about where they are in the relationship, and they're trying to give feedback. They're trying to communicate. And I don't know how it is for all mentors, because everyone brings their unique experience to the mentoring experience. But I know for me, I don't spend a lot of time being critical and having hard conversations over and over about students I don't care about. Very few students that I don't care about. But if a student is dismissive and they're not in the mentoring relationship and they don't want to hear what I have to say, I'm not going to spend that time investing. So having a hard conversation, it's just as hard for the mentor as it is for you. It takes a lot of emotional energy. It takes a lot of thought and restraint. If they're having the conversation, more than likely, then they care. And that's important to know. And that should empower you to be able to benefit. But you know, it is hard. Ask anyone who's received some really bad reviews on a manuscript and a journal has said, no, we're not accepting this. Don't even send it back with revisions. When you get that kind of email or that kind of letter, sometimes you just gotta put that down for about 2 weeks. You can't even really digest what those comments are from the reviewers because you feel some kind of way about that manuscript. You wrote it the way that you thought it should have been written. And so getting that feedback smart, it kind of hurts. So everyone can't just process and bounce back. That's part of your survival. Part of your survival approach is figuring out a way to get to the information, to get to the lesson that you need. Now, I already said to you, you are the cream of the crop. You are an EPP student because you are the cream of the crop. And the mentoring relationship is just one part of your professional development. All of these things that you're doing to be that next level of scientist, it's just this one piece of it. And think about it this way. Think about if you take some of these principles, some of them, how many of your other relationships, professional relationships, personal relationships can be enhanced by following some of these recommendations? So here's the other thing. You're not out there by yourself trying to identify mentors. So this is a pilot that has been developed for the LMRCSC, but I'll be developing it for across NOAA. There is an engagement survey where we are asking within NOAA, asking other NOAA professionals, hey, would you like to work with a student? How would you like to work with a student? And so this survey was distributed this spring. We've gotten some responses to it in the Southeast. Again, we're going to expand it and make it for other areas. But here's what we're asking NOAA personnel. Let us know how you have engaged with students in the past. You haven't worked with one, This one is the LMR CNC survey, as I said, so we'll be making it for broader use. I've worked with the EPP student. I've worked with a student in one of the other programs, or I've worked with one, but it was a long time ago. And then here, this is the important box that I'm really interested in. What level of engagement are you interested in with the student? So if they say, hey, unstructured professional mentor, they can call on me when they need something. I don't necessarily need to be on a committee, or I will host a project. I'll work on a proposal. I'll be on a committee, or hey, I'll contact them and they can go out on surveys or do some observing with me. This kind of information is going to form a database that when students are looking for mentors, because the other part of this survey I've not shown you has keywords and topics. What's your area of specialties? Where are you physically located? What's your unit? So when students are looking for mentors, we already have a list of people who have already raised their hand and say, hey, I'm interested. So we'll be developing that and getting that out probably in the next month or so to have that list for everyone. Now understand, folks who are at this conference have, by their association, signed up to be especially friendly for you and to be a resource. So pay attention to the names that appear in the participant list. Pay attention to who those folks are, because many of them are making themselves available to you as well. I hope this has been helpful. I believe we have some time for questions. Thank you and good luck in your work. I'm going to stop sharing. Oh, thank you, Josette. I appreciate that. Let's see. All right. Got new messages. There was one person who really valued the last slide. Yeah, that's why I made it the last slide. Oh, how nice is Michelle? Michelle is a super mentor, and I want you to know, Michelle, I saved you because I sure did have a picture of you and Jeff Isley in this talk. Diana and Daniel and Senna, thank you. I'm glad that this was helpful. Are there any questions? I feel like this talk will be made available to you via the conference. And I'm also happy to return to you 21 minutes of your day. I realize you've been on all day long. So Natasha told me to tell you a few things. One is that definitely come back. Exactly what Dr. Kelly said. Come back, and tomorrow there's a plethora of really terrific talks, more valuable information, terrific connections that can be made. So definitely check back in tomorrow and get all that you can out of this terrific platform for your growth. And if we can be supportive, let me know. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dr. Schott. So this is an interesting comment. Wasn't sure if a mentor or mentee should have a hard conversation or how to have them. Absolutely. One of the things that I try to convey to even young people, I used to volunteer in a high school, and I used to see all kinds of crazy things jump off in that high school, even before 9 o'clock when kids were just checking in. And I was volunteering because I kept sending information for internships to this school, and I wasn't getting any response. And I understood by volunteering there that it was because everything was on fire every day. Like there wasn't any place for enhancement because nobody was able to get those opportunities to the students. It was just too much chaos. But the chaos that I noticed, and I volunteered as the secretary at the front desk, so I saw everything come in. The chaos that I noticed was that young people didn't know how to communicate conflict. They didn't know how to say, I don't like the way you said that to me. It may be true, but I didn't like that. Or I don't feel comfortable talking to you right now, or I'm angry and I can't talk right now. And as I have looked into different situations with master's students and their committees, undergraduates in their classes, mentee-mentor relationships that have gone wrong, it has always gotten down to People not being able to respectfully communicate their feelings. It may take you some time talking to a friend. You may need to dictate it into OneNote on your phone to see what it looks like, get your thoughts out and process them. But certainly, if you can communicate, then you can have these hard conversations and people will respect you even if they don't agree with you. Not saying are there any other comments come up? Absolutely, you can disagree without being disagreeable. And I think it's Tiami. I hope that's correct. If not, you're very welcome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, I'm happy to have been here with you for your last workshop of the day. I can be reached at dion.hoskins-brown@noaa.gov. Thanks.